Hello everyone and welcome to my Digimon World sickness challenge where for the whole of the challenge my Digimon has to be sick. I my Digimon has to be sick for the whole of the game. When making any sort of progress during the game, my Digimon has to be sick, and if my Digimon isn't sick, then I'm not allowed to move. I'm not allowed to move if my Digimon isn't sick. In order for me to be allowed to move, and therefore have the ability to make any sort of progress, my Digimon has to be sick. And I am starting the game with Agumon as my Digimon, and obviously he won't be sick to begin with, and because of that, when I start with Agumon, I'm not going to be allowed to move, and I have to remain on the spot and wait for him to become sick before I can make any sort of progress. So I'm leaving Gigimon's house. I'm in the File City. Now I stay here, and I'm not allowed to move until Agumon becomes sick. I've speeded the video up because it's not very exciting just watching me stand on the spot and do nothing. But I have confidence that eventually he will become sick, and then I will be allowed to start to make progress, because there are things in this game which cause sickness. I have a feeling that not feeding your Digimon can result in your Digimon becoming sick. Not letting your Digimon sleep can result in your Digimon becoming sick. If you get injured in a battle, then if the injury isn't treated, then it will lead to sickness. Although that's kind of irrelevant because I need to get sick outside of battle because I'm currently stood on the spot, and I need to get sick either as a result of repeatedly not feeding my Digimon or repeatedly not allowing my Digimon to sleep. You can see he's messed on the floor a load of times. He's wanted to eat, but I haven't fed him once. He wanted to sleep, but I didn't let him sleep. And we're now getting close to when he will want to sleep once again. Okay, he does want to sleep. And we have now become sick. After standing on the spot for a lengthy amount of time, Agumon eventually became sick, presumably as a result of either not letting him sleep or not feeding him, or maybe a combination of the two. Because when it comes to, if we put battles aside and focus on how a Digimon can become sick outside of a battle, if your Digimon becomes tired and the sweat bubble gets produced, I believe that can lead to sickness, although that wasn't an option in my case because I was stood outside of Gigimon's house and I wasn't able to do anything other than stand on the spot. So in order to get sick, I had to rely on the sickness coming from me not feeding my Digimon and me not allowing my Digimon to sleep. It did take a long time, but I did eventually get there. And after Agumon became sick, I was then able to begin with making progress, and I do aim to complete the whole of the game while being sick. I aim for my Digimon to be sick for the whole of this challenge. I aim to complete the game, or at least as much of it as possible, while going by these restrictions. And when your Digimon does become sick, it will... If the sickness doesn't get treated, your Digimon will lose a life once a certain amount of time has passed by. I've been informed that it's 12 hours, although in my experiences it does seem that it might vary, because there's been times when my Digimon has been sick and I've ended up losing a life within less than 12 hours. But every time the clock strikes a new hour, while your Digimon is sick, you will become one step closer to dying from sickness, losing a life from sickness. And every time you train or rest, an hour will go by, and that will be an hour closer to you losing a life from sickness. And if you sleep, then that will also put you closer to losing a life from sickness. Well, it would seem like this is a challenge where losing lives is pretty much inevitable, but I do have ideas on how to prevent my Digimon from dying from sickness, despite the fact that this is a challenge where I have to be sick for the whole of the challenge, have to be sick in order to be allowed to make any sort of progress. And before proceeding, I wanted to put my happiness up to the maximum, and that's exactly what I did by repeatedly praising Agumon until his happiness reached the maximum and his discipline reached the minimum. And here is my first battle. So my first battle ended successfully, but I need to comment more on I was talking about sickness, and I do need to comment more on it, because there is one way in which you can prevent your Digimon from dying from sickness, and it's something that I will have to depend on in this challenge. I mentioned that when the clock strikes a new hour, while your Digimon is sick, you will end up being put one step closer to dying from sickness. However, there is a way around this, and that's that when the clock is about to strike a new hour and your Digimon wants to sleep, if you produce an animation while the clock strikes a new hour, then you don't end up being put an hour closer to dying from sickness. And I'm about to demonstrate it here, because the clock is about to strike a new hour. The clock did strike a new hour, and as the clock struck a new hour, I praised my Digimon, which is a type of animation, and as a result of that, I did not become one step closer to dying from sickness, despite the fact that we entered a new hour. Just when the clock strikes a new hour, if you produce an animation when the clock strikes the new hour, then even though you do go into the next hour, your Digimon doesn't become any closer to dying from sickness. So if I can produce an animation every time the clock is about to strike a new hour, then I can proceed with the game, proceed with time, and without becoming closer to dying from sickness. My Digimon will still be sick, my Digimon will still continue to be sick, but it will be possible to prevent the sickness from causing me to lose a life if I can produce animations at the right times. there are a number of different things that are classed as producing an animation. Praising your Digimon is an example, scolding your Digimon is an example, feeding your Digimon is an example, offering your Digimon an item of some sort is an example. All of those things produce animations, and any of those things will be adequate at stopping my Digimon from becoming closer to dying from sickness if the animation is produced as the clock is striking the next hour. When I get into battles, it is very important that the clock doesn't strike a new hour during the battle. I think that when you get into a battle, I think that 20 minutes gets consumed, which means that if you get into a battle, say 10 minutes before the hour, then after the battle it will be 20 minutes later, so 10 minutes after the hour. So, you know, you would have entered a new hour, the clock would have struck a new hour, and that will put you one step closer to dying from sickness. So it's very important that when I get into battles, the clock doesn't strike a new hour during the battle, because that will put me closer to dying from sickness. I will need to try my best to go about it in a way where I get into battles at times where the clock doesn't strike a new hour during the battle. I want the clock to strike a new hour outside of battles so that I can produce an animation when the clock does strike a new hour, so that I can enter new hours without becoming any closer to losing a life because of the sickness. In case you're wondering what I'm doing at the moment, I'm waiting until it's time for Colamon to show up at the Cola Point, and I'm choosing to pass the time by grinding for items, mostly Digimushrooms, but I did find a Happy Mushroom as well, but just for the time being I'm just going to be exploring the native forest, grinding for items until it's time for Colamon to show up at the Cola Point, so that I can speak to him and then have him take me across to the tropical jungle where I can make further progress. Every time you train, an hour gets consumed, and if you train when your Digimon is sick, then that will put you one step closer to dying from sickness, and I don't think there's any way around that. So that is something that I need to be mindful of. And I have the same problem. I'll have the same problem when it comes to resting. Resting consumes an hour, and if I rest while sick, then it will put me a step closer to... then, you know, that too will put me a step closer to dying from sickness, and I don't think there's any way around that either. And I've also got the same problem when it comes to sleeping. If I sleep, then however many hours I sleep for, I think that's how many steps closer I will be to dying from sickness. And according to okay, I was hoping he would decline that. Okay. I wanted to produce an animation, and I wanted to boost my discipline a bit, and I was expecting him to decline the item so that I could scold him, boost his discipline, but he ended up taking the item. Then I had to offer him another one. Yeah, from what I've been told, apparently when you become sick, you have 12 hours to treat the sickness until you will die from the sickness, you lose a life from the sickness. And let's say, figure of speech, that you like train for like 6 hours, and then you say sleep for 8 hours, then that's a total of 14 hours. And after you wake up, I believe that you will then lose a life on the next hour, because of the fact that that 12, or that a minimum of 12 hours has gone by. You know, when sleeping, it brought you up to the point where, in that example I gave, by sleeping it would bring you up to the point where it's been more than 12 hours since you became sick, and I think you would then die on the next hour. And even if you were to produce an animation when entering the next hour, I think that you would still die from sickness. So sleeping is something that you have to be very cautious of. The same with training and resting, and also battles, because you need to ensure that when you get into a battle, the clock doesn't strike a new hour during the battle. We need the clock to be striking new hours outside of battles, outside of training, outside of resting, outside of sleeping, so that we can produce the animations when the clock is about to strike a new hour, you know, preventing sickness from killing us. Now, it's not going to be possible to always be sick, because at some point Agumon is going to digivolve, and when you digivolve, sickness gets cured. So because of that, I need to be in a position where I am able to cause sickness. I need to be in a position where I am able to inflict sickness upon my Digimon. Because of that, here at the Amida Forest, I am going to be grinding for a high number of mouldy meats, because mouldy meats are an item. If you give a mouldy meat to your Digimon, then the mouldy meat will make your Digimon sick. And there's going to be times in which sickness is automatically going to get cured, such as when Digivolving, and I will then need to immediately make my Digimon sick in accordance to the rules of the challenge. So because of that, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to have quite a few mouldy meats on me, so that if sickness does get cured, then I'll be able to immediately make my Digimon sick again. You have to remember the rules. I'm not allowed to make any sort of progress unless my Digimon is sick. I'm not allowed to move unless my Digimon is sick. So if I was to treat my Digimon sickness, cure my Digimon sickness, or do something that results in my Digimon no longer being sick, then I will have to make my Digimon sick again before I will be able to move or make any sort of progress. So I'm here at the Amida Forest grinding for mouldy meats. The mouldy meats are to stay in my inventory and be used to inflict sickness upon my Digimon as and when it's needed. I do plan to eventually recruit Centaurumon, and there are other items in the Amida Forest that I am collecting. Some of them are items that are needed, some of them not so much. Like Happy Mushroom, that's a needed item because I need to trade that with a Moldramon in Friesland to help with recruiting Moldramon. And the same is true with the High Speed Disc. That's another item that's needed for a Moldramon trade. I've explained the value of the mouldy meats, and as for the other items, some of them I am simply planning on selling, and I'm only interested in the items because of the money that I can make from selling them. Some of the items I plan to hold on to, keep in my inventory. And I'm just leaving the Amida Forest because Agumon needs the toilet. I would like to take him to the toilet. And there have been times in the Amida Forest when I've been unable to collect an item due to lack of inventory space, and I've needed to lose a less valuable item in order to make room for the more valuable item that I was after. Like here, I'm getting rid of a MP floppy so I can collect the small recovery. I discarded MP floppies earlier so that I was able to collect an Omni disc, and I think there's been other examples as well, and instead of simply discarding the items, with some of them, such as the MP floppies, I chose to offer them to my Digimon in the hope that my Digimon would refuse the item, and that way I could scold my Digimon and gain some discipline out of it. And consequently, I have managed to put my I have managed to put my discipline into the positive, and well, my happiness is almost full, but that's mostly down to all of the praising that I did. But, you know, my discipline has gone up a lot as well, and that's mostly come from scolding my Digimon after my Digimon refused to take an item. There's been times during the Amida Forest in which I've needed to recover HP, and I've offered small recoveries to my Digimon, and he's declined, and I've scolded him. I explained about the fact that I offered MP floppies to my Digimon to remove them from my inventory to make room for other items, and I was able to scold my Digimon because my Digimon sometimes rejected the MP floppies, and I was able to scold my Digimon as a result of that. I think I also offered a medium MP to Agumon during the Amida Forest as well. There's been times when I've offered small recoveries to my Digimon as a way of producing animations at the right time, and if the item has been refused, then I've then scolded my Digimon. I have been in the Amida Forest for a long time, but I said from the start that before I recruit Centaurumon, I want to have quite a few mouldy meats in my inventory, because I want to be able to re-inflict sickness upon my Digimon if my Digimon was to end up no longer being sick. So, I've been repeatedly going through the Amida Forest, deliberately picking the incorrect exits so that I can keep exploring the Amida Forest in pursuit of mouldy meats, as well as other items as well. I explained the value of happy mushrooms and high-speed discs. Moldy meat, happy mushroom and high-speed disc. Those are probably the 3 items that I'm most focused on in the Amida Forest, because of the fact that the happy mushroom and high-speed disc is needed for help with recruiting Moldramon, and the moldy meats are going to be needed throughout the whole of the challenge. And we need to make yet another trip to the toilet. The items that recover HP and MP, I mean, they're wanted. Food items, they're wanted. Things like the defense disc and like Omni disc and items like those, they are mostly to be sold. You know, some of the items that I'm collecting in the Amida Forest, my intentions with those items go no further than selling the items and making money from selling the items. Autopilots I would like to hold on to. Meat I would like to hold on to. I'm not entirely sure how long Agumon has been sick for, but it's been well more than 12 hours. And I'm sure you can see the benefit of doing what the benefit of the animations that I have been producing. You know, it's only because of those animations why I haven't died from sickness yet. Now, I've finally chosen to go to the correct exit and recruit Centaurumon. Reason being, I've got 10 mouldy meats in my inventory, which I think is good enough for now. I've got 10 mouldy meats, I've got multiple happy mushrooms, multiple high-speed discs, and multiple of everything else. I was happy with the items that I collected from the Amida Forest, and therefore I decided to recruit Centaurumon. Now, to comment more on why this is a challenge, you know, why being sick creates a challenge, it's not just about trying to keep my Digimon alive by having to minimize the amount of training that I do, minimize the amount of resting that I do, minimize the amount of sleeping that I do, being cautious with when I get into battles, and having to produce animations at the right time. Sickness also makes battles more challenging. If you get into a battle when your Digimon is sick, then your attacks do less damage. Your attacks also consume more MP. I think it's an extra 50%. You also sustain more damage from attacks that are used against you, and it's impossible for you to block attacks during battles if your Digimon is sick. Interestingly, it's also impossible for the opposing Digimon to block attacks during battles when your Digimon is sick. So the inability to block attacks applies to the opposing Digimon as well as your own Digimon. So that in itself isn't all bad, but there are the disadvantages that I mentioned. The fact that using techniques will consume more MP, your attacks will inflict less damage upon the opposing Digimon, and the opposing Digimon's attacks will inflict more damage upon you, which makes battles more difficult. And the fact that I'm going to be restricted when it comes to training means that I'm going to be limited when it comes to the stats that I'm going to be able to get, which is going to make the game harder, particularly battles. Tiredness is going to become a problem because of my limited ability to rest as a result of the sickness. High speed disc, I need to hold on to 1, but the other 13 can be sold. I don't think I want to sell anything else that's in my inventory. Yeah, tiredness is going to be a problem because of my limited ability to rest and my limited ability to sleep. But once again, I would like to say that the purpose of this challenge is not for me to be sick for 100% of the challenge, because there are going to be times in which my sickness will be cured very briefly, such as when digivolving, the sickness will be cured. The purpose of the objective of the challenge is that I'm not allowed to make any kind of progress if my Digimon isn't sick, and that includes not being allowed to move. I'm not allowed to do anything if my Digimon isn't sick. I'm not even allowed to move if my Digimon isn't sick. But there will be occasions in which my Digimon's sickness will be treated, and when that does happen, I will then be in a position where I won't be allowed to move until I make my Digimon sick again, and that's why I've got loads of mouldy meats on me, so that if I do treat my sickness, or if something happens that results in me no longer being sick, then I will be able to make my Digimon sick again by giving it a mouldy meat, and then I'll be allowed to make progress again. The when it comes to making any sort of progress with the game, my Digimon has to be sick 100% of the time. There are tiny exceptions where my sickness will get treated, but I will then make my Digimon sick again straight afterwards. Now then, I've come to the clinic, and I'm speaking to Sentarumon, and he has treated my sickness. Now I'm going to my inventory, and I'm giving Agumon a mouldy meat. Now he's sick again. Now, you might be asking yourself, why did I speak to Sentarumon? The reason why I spoke to Sentarumon is because you have to in order to be able to recruit Unimon. In Mount Panorama, it's possible to encounter Unimon, and he's injured, and if you aid him, then he will join the city, and in order for the Unimon to show up at Mount Panorama, you have to recruit Sentarumon, and you have to speak to him at the clinic, like I did. I had to do that in order to ensure that Unimon will show up at Mount Panorama, making Unimon recruitable. And unfortunately, Sentarumon then treated my sickness, something that I wasn't able to stop, something that I didn't have any control over. But I then immediately gave Agumon a mouldy meat and made him sick again. And since the fact that he went from being sick to not being sick to being sick again means that the 12-hour counter has restarted. It's the 12-hour counter has reset, and now I'm in a position where I can do some training and some resting without the worry of my Digimon dying from sickness. Because before, I don't know how close I was to dying from sickness. I don't know how far the counter had gone. I don't know how close it was to 12 hours, but I'm guessing that it was close, and by treating my sickness and then becoming sick again, the counter reset, and that's why I am now able to do some more training and some more resting, because of the fact that that my sickness got treated, and then although I became sick again straight afterwards, it was new sickness. So, the 12-hour counter restarted, reset, whatever you want to call it. But with Agumon, I have recruited Agumon and Betamon and Colamon and Sentarumon, putting myself up to 6 prosperity points. And the sweat bubble has made an appearance. Yeah, I've made it up to 6 prosperity points, recruiting Agumon, Betamon, Colamon and Centaurumon. I did a lot of grinding at the Amida Forest, and I am aiming to Digivolve, and the Digimon that I am aiming to Digivolve to is Miramon, and I am force feeding Agumon to put his weight up, and now I am Digivolving. I was thinking about Agumon, I was thinking about his Digivolution. The Digimon that I've been aiming for is Miramon, and I just force-fed Agumon a load of meats. Miramon is my Digimon. I force-fed Agumon a load of meats in order to put his weight up, so that I then had the weight requirement for Miramon, which was necessary in order to Digivolve to Miramon. And when I did Digivolve to Miramon, my Digimon was no longer sick, because Digivolution's reverse sickness. But after Digivolving to Miramon, I then immediately gave him a mouldy meat, making him sick. And also, when I was training with the Agumon, I trained until the sweat bubble showed up, but by Digivolving to Miramon, not only did it take away the sickness, but it also took away the tiredness. And my tiredness levels are now at 0, and also the sickness counter is now 12 hours away again, because it reset again when I Digivolved from Agumon to Miramon, lost the sickness, and then gave Miramon a mouldy meat, making my Digimon sick again. But it's new sickness, because every time your Digimon gets sick, it's new every time. So the death counter, whatever you want to call it, resets every time. But nonetheless, it's vital that I keep producing animations whenever the clock is about to strike a new hour, all in the interest of keeping the death counter as far away as possible. the general rules apply from the start of this challenge and throughout. The need to produce animations when the clock is about to strike a new hour. The limited ability to train, rest and sleep. The limited ability to battle because of the fact that I don't want the clock to strike a new hour during a battle, thus putting the counter one step closer. Now I've come to this Digimon to do the dirt carrying, and I don't want to give away the fact that this commentary is post-commentary, or at least not too early on. You know, ideally I'd probably want to wait until later into the challenge before revealing that this commentary that you are listening to is post-commentary. However, there is something peculiar that I do need to comment on, and that is, for some reason, I was able to do all of the dirt carrying in one go. When you are offered the opportunity to do the dirt carrying for Digimon, normally you can't do all of the dirt carrying in one go due to how tiring it is. I think the most that you can do in one go is 7 dirt carries, but for some reason in this instance I was able to carry all 10 piles of dirt in one visit, and I was really puzzled by this. I wasn't sure why that was. I wasn't sure why I was able to do all of the dirt carrying in one go. At first, I wondered if it had something to do with being sick. I wondered if maybe for whatever reason it's possible to do all of the dirt carrying in one go if your Digimon is sick. But I then experimented that with a different Digimon, and I was unsuccessful. You know, I tried to do the dirt carrying with a Digimon who was sick, and after carrying a certain number of dirt piles, the Digimon then told me that my Digimon looks tired and that I need to rest him. And yeah, I didn't know what to make of that. You know, I was able to do all of the dirt carrying in one visit, and I don't know why I was able to. You know, my first suspicion was that maybe it had something to do with the sickness, but then from researching it with a different Digimon who was sick, I didn't get the same results. So I'm really not sure. Anyways, the dirt carrying did put my Digimon into a position where I was extremely close to seeing the sweat bubble. and as a result of that, I did end up needing to rest. I know that brings me closer to the death counter, but my energy was so much of a problem that I had to do something about it. So that's why I rested, and I had to rest in Digimon's house as opposed to the Centaur Clinic, because if I went to the Centaur Clinic and tried to rest, then the Centauramon would have immediately treated my sickness, and then I wouldn't have been able to have rested, because then that would have meant resting while my Digimon wasn't sick, which would go against the rules of the challenge. And if I was to make my Digimon sick again and then speak to Centauramon again to try and make another attempt to rest, then he would just treat my sickness again. So the clinic is not an option when it comes to resting, because it would just result in the Centauramon treating my sickness. Instead, I have to rest at Digimon's house, where the chair is. And that does mean that I probably want to delay the Digimon house upgrade for as long as possible, because when Digimon's house gets upgraded, you are no longer able to rest in his house, because the chair is no longer there. Reaching 50 prosperity points results in Digimon's house becoming upgraded. Recruiting Muncymon results in Digimon's house becoming upgraded. Recruiting Angemon results in Digimon's house becoming upgraded. All things to be mindful of. Although there is one potential saviour, and that's that once you have access to Beetle Land, there is a Kawagamon in Beetle Land who gives you the opportunity of resting. And so even if Digimon's house was to become upgraded, if you have access to Beetle Land, then you would have the ability to rest. So it might be a good idea to generate access to Beetle Land before upgrading Digimon's house. Now, if I was to battle Palmon right now, then I would enter the next hour during the battle, which is why I've chosen to wait for a minute, produce an animation. It's now a new hour, and now we can battle Palmon. Spitfire, I think, normally costs 30 MP, but in this challenge it's costing 45 MP, and that's because of the sickness. You know, I said that MP consumption is 50% higher. Yeah, when it comes to using techniques, the MP consumption is 50% higher if you are battling when you are sick. That's why Spitfire is costing 45 MP instead of 30. It's costing an extra 15, and 15 is 50% of 30. To begin with, I was struggling with explaining this challenge, struggling with, you know, telling you about the challenge in a way that would make sense. You know, I was trying to explain the challenge, but I was worried that I wasn't making a great deal of sense, and that you as viewers might have been struggling to understand. But if you've watched it this far, then I'm hoping that just from watching it, it now makes a lot more sense, and that you are able to understand it a lot better. You know, from watching this challenge so far, you have had some experience with this challenge. You've had some experience with, you know, what I'm doing, the techniques that I'm using, stuff like that, and I'm hoping that now, you know, I'm hoping that now, you know, the challenge makes more sense to you, and you are able to understand it better. Because I feel like I wasn't doing a great job at explaining it. I feel like I was struggling to explain it. But I feel like that you know, just from watching it, you know, just from, you know, from watching this challenge so far, you know, from watching what's happened, you know, I'm hoping that, you know, it does now make, you know, it's helped you understand it better and make more sense of it. Because my Digimon, well, I mean, from the moment in which Agumon became sick, up until now, my Digimon has been sick virtually the whole time, but I haven't lost a single life. And this is due to the fact that I have managed to go about the game in a way where I've been able to prevent death from sickness. But nonetheless, I am still having the challenge of having tougher battles, you know, not being able to do as much damage, consuming more MP, sustaining more damage from attacks, not being able to block any attacks. You know, challenges in that department, and also you know, the way in which I have to go about the game. You know, limited training being available to me, limited resting being available to me, limited sleeping being available to me. Ideally needing to be able to produce an animation every hour, you know, produce an animation every time the clock is about to finish with 1 hour and move on to the next hour. You know, not wanting the clock to strike a new hour during battles or during training or resting or sleeping. You know, this is a challenge. It is a challenge in quite a few different ways. It presents you with quite a few different obstacles. Now, after doing the dirt carrying for the Dromolgemon, we now have a clear path to the next part of the drill tunnel, where we can now proceed to the lava cave and make further progress from there. Yeah, the principle of permanent sickness, no matter what, just would not be possible, because, you know, sickness gets cured when you digivolve, so permanent sickness, no matter what, you know, that would require you to not digivolve. It would require you to not fade away. It would require you to not lose a life. It would require you to not speak to Centauromon, thus making Unimon's recruitment impossible. You know, it wouldn't be possible to be sick 100% of the time, but I'm doing a challenge where I'm going to be sick 99.99% of the time. Yeah, there's just a very few handful of loose exceptions of where I will very, very briefly not be sick. But no progress will be made while I'm not sick. And I will, you know, immediately make myself sick again, so that I can then start to make progress again. I mean, you've seen it in action a few times already. There are going to be a few other loose scenarios where my Digimon does very briefly have its sickness cured for one reason or another, be it the result of a Digivolution or whatever it might be. But every time it happens, I will then immediately use a moldy meat to inflict new sickness. Yeah, you saw at the start of the challenge, I had to stand on the spot until my Digimon became sick. I wasn't allowed to move. I wasn't allowed to make any sort of progress. I wasn't allowed to do anything. I just had to stand there until I became sick. And when my sickness got treated after speaking to Centarumon, something that I had to do in order to make Unimon recruitable, as well as when my sickness got cured when Digivolve into Miramon. In both scenarios, I then, without doing anything, I immediately gave a moldy meat to my Digimon and made it sick again. You know, straight after speaking to Centarumon and having Agumon's sickness cured, I then gave Agumon a moldy meat to make him sick again. And then when I digivolved from Agumon to Miramon, obviously my Digimon was no longer sick. Miramon wasn't sick, but I immediately gave him a moldy meat, making him sick. Okay, well, we've recruited Miramon and looted the lava cave, and we spoke to the Dramoljamon, so he'll be ready for recruitment in 3 days' time. If we return to the Dramoljamon in 3 days' time, he will be done digging, and if we speak to him, then he will join the city. And also, the fact that we have recruited Miramon means that we will later be able to have access to the Leomon's Ancestors' Cave, providing we reach a minimum of 45 prosperity points. You know, the requirement for Leomon's Ancestors' Cave to be available to you is to have a minimum of 45 prosperity points, and for Miramon to have been recruited. And I am very much struggling with infantry space here. I know that I've got item chips which I could be using, but I kind of want to use them when the clock is about to strike a new hour. In other words, I want to use them and also get an animation out of them when the timing is right. You know, sort of kill two birds with one stone. I want the stat boosts that I will get from the item chips, but I also want to try and get animations out of them when the clock is approaching a new hour. Now, thanks to Palmon being recruited, we will eventually be able to recruit Vegemon, although not until the earliest of day 15. Thanks to Kunamon being recruited, we now have the shortcut, which takes you from the File City to the Digimon Bridge, and vice versa. We spoke to Yoramon and were informed of the invisible bridge at the Great Canyon. In order for Yoramon to say about the invisible bridge, you need to have a minimum of 6 prosperity points, which we did. Centarumon, Colamon, Ogumon and Betamon alone would have given us 6 prosperity points. Rookies get you 1 point, recruiting a rookie Digimon gets you 1 prosperity point, recruiting a champion Digimon gets you 2 prosperity points, recruiting an ultimate Digimon gets you 3 prosperity points. Agumon and Betamon as rookies would have gotten us 1 prosperity point each, totaling to 2 prosperity points. And then Centarumon and Colamon, being champion Digimon, would have gotten us 2 prosperity points each, totaling to 4 prosperity points. Combine that to the 2 prosperity points from Agumon and Betamon, brings you up to 6 prosperity points. But of course we have recruited other Digimon since then. We've just recruited Barkamon. We also have recruited Kunamon and Palmon and Miramon, and possibly more that I might be overlooking. I'm not sure. But Yoramon told us about the invisible bridge, and the invisible bridge is what we are about to use, and we are about to head to the Great Canyon for the first time. The only other thing that I'll say regarding prosperity points is that even though what I said was true, there are 3 champion Digimon who only score you 1 prosperity point, and the reason for that is because they're not considered to be very good, and the 3 Digimon in question are the 3 Filth Digimon, Sukamon, Numamon and Nanimon. And I would like to say that I am very close to having my sickness cured, and the reason for that is because I'm about to go to Friesland with a Digimon who is vulnerable to the cold, who is also sick, and that is going to result in Frigimon rescuing us, which will put us a step closer to recruiting Frigimon, which is all well and good, but the downside is that being rescued by Frigimon is going to treat our sickness, and so the moment Frigimon is done with us, I will then need to immediately give Miramon another mouldy meat, making him sick again. And I'm pleased to say that Frigimon only rescues you once, because the reason why that's a relief is because if he kept rescuing you, then we would end up with a bit of a problem, because it would be a case of I would make Miramon sick again, and then Frigimon would rescue me again, and the sickness would be cured again. Then I would make Miramon sick again, and then it would just keep on going until I would run out of mouldy meats, I suppose. You know, if Frigimon kept rescuing us, then, you know, that would have led to a serious complication with this challenge. But in this instance, it's a good thing that Frigimon only rescues you once, because as a result of that, you know, I've been able to immediately make Miramon sick again after being rescued by Frigimon, and I'm now able to explore the other areas of Friesland. You might have noticed that I have generally been going out of my way quite a bit in search of items such as Digimushrooms, Happy Mushrooms, Blue Apples, Ice Mushrooms, etc. And the reason for this is not only because the items can come in handy, but because the items can have particular value when it comes to doing trading with the Moldramons. One of the Moldramons wants Digimushrooms, and he gives you medium recoveries in exchange, and that is a very good trade. And then a different Moldramon wants medium recoveries and gives you super defense discs in return, and that is also a very good trade, because super defense discs can be sold for 2,000 bits each. So the reason why I've been keen to collect Digimushrooms is because of the knowledge that they can be traded for medium recoveries, which in itself is very good. But even better than that, the medium recoveries can then be sold for super defense discs, and then so the medium recoveries can be traded for super defense discs, and then the super defense discs can be sold for 2,000 bits each, which means that every Digimushroom that I collect can essentially be turned into 2000 bits, and at this stage of the game that is a very tidy sum of money. Trading at least one Digimushroom with the Moldramon is needed in order to make Moldramon's recruitment possible. Trading at least one medium recovery is compulsory in order to make Moldramon's recruitment possible, along with all of the other items that you need to trade. But I particularly like trading Digimushrooms for medium recoveries, as well as trading medium recoveries for super defense discs. So we come to the first Moldramon, and our Digimushrooms will be traded for medium recoveries. And then we can exchange happy mushrooms for hair growers. Hair growers can be sold for 2,500 bits each. That's us done with that Moldramon for the time being, because we don't have a super carrot at the moment. You do have to trade at least one of each item with each Moldramon in order to be able to recruit Moldramon. 3 different Moldramons, each wanting 3 different items. That's 9 items in total. 9 items that you will need to trade in order to be able to recruit Moldramon. We traded 2 of the 3 items with the first Moldramon, leaving us still needing a super carrot to trade with him. Then we come to this Moldramon. We can trade a high speed disc in exchange for a medicine, but we still need to trade with him a giant meat and a black trout, which we are not able to do at the moment. Then this Moldramon, all we can trade at the moment is medium recoveries, which leaves us still needing to trade an Omni Floppy and a Digianchovy. So with one of the Moldramons we've traded 2 items, with 2 of the Moldramons we've traded 1 item. That's 4 out of 9 items so far. So we've made some progress, but still have a long way to go. And from here we are going to be heading to the Misty Trees, and then from there the Gecko Swamp will be available to us, Gear Savannah will be available to us, Trash Mountain will be available to us, Mount Panorama will be available to us. Quite a lot of places will be available to us, and that is the direction that I am now headed in. I would like to just comment on Digivolutions, because as you know, I started off with Agumon, and there are 6 different Digimon that Agumon can Digivolve to, and I'm hoping that I can avoid the Ice Devimon, and I can. The 6 Digimon are Greymon, Miramon, Birdramon, Centauromon, Monochromon, and Tyrannomon. And there are 4 things that can influence Digivolutions. Stats, care mistakes, weight, and bonus condition. The bonus condition can be a number of different things. It could be how full your Digimon's happiness needs to be, how full your Digimon's discipline needs to be. Oh yeah, and I'm using the hair grower here to produce an animation, because if I offer Miramon a hair grower, he will definitely decline it. So I'm able to get an easy animation by offering Miramon a hair grower, an item I know that he can't take. He'll refuse it, and it will count as an animation. The good thing about it is that like if you produce an animation by praising your Digimon, then it will negatively affect your Digimon's discipline. If you produce a animation by scolding your Digimon, then it will have a negative impact on your happiness. If you offer an item to your Digimon, like a small recovery, to produce an animation, and the Digimon takes it, then that could be seen as a bit wasteful. If you produce an animation by feeding your Digimon when it wants to eat, then you would have to rely on your Digimon wanting to eat at around the time of when the animation is needed. But by offering your Digimon, by offering a champion Digimon a hair grower, there is 0 chance of the Digimon taking the item. It's very easy to offer the item to your Digimon. It's a guarantee that the Digimon will refuse the item, and it won't have any adverse effects on your happiness or discipline or anything like that. As I was saying about bonus conditions, it could be how full your Digimon's happiness is, how full your Digimon's discipline is, how many battles your Digimon needs to get into or needs to not get into, how many techniques you have mastered, and also who your individual Digimon is. You know, there's quite a few different bonus conditions, and often, I would say usually, Digimon have more than one bonus condition, but you only have to fulfill one of the bonus conditions in order to be successful with fulfilling the bonus condition. You don't gain anything extra by fulfilling more than one bonus condition. The bonus condition only counts as one, regardless of whether you fulfill one bonus condition or two bonus conditions or three bonus conditions. However many bonus conditions it might be, you only need to fulfill one, and it's only going to count as one. I don't want to get into a battle here. I'm hoping the Digimon will go away. Okay, that worked out in the end. Out of the 4 conditions that affect Digivolutions, in order to be successful with a Digivolution, you have to fulfill 3 of the requirements. That's 3 out of 4, which means that you can only afford to not fulfill 1 of the requirements in order to be successful with a Digivolution. And by the time the Agumon had become sick, I already had many care mistakes, and that greatly limited the number of Digimon whose care mistake requirement I would be able to fulfill. You know, the number of care mistakes that I had did affect me when it came to possible Digivolutions, because it meant that there were some Digimon whose care mistake requirement I would not have been able to have fulfilled. If I go through the Digivolutions, Greymon, the care mistake requirement for him is a maximum of 1, which obviously I didn't fulfill. So in order for me to have been able to have Digivolved to Greymon, I would have had to have fulfilled all of his other requirements. That would have meant needing to have 100 attack, defense, speed and brains, because that's the stat requirement for Greymon. Needing my weight to be between the range of 25 and 35, because that's the weight requirement for Greymon. And then as for the bonus condition, one of them is to have a minimum of 35 techniques mastered. That was a definite impossibility. The other was for discipline to be at a minimum of 90% full. It would have been very difficult for me to have Digivolved to Greymon if not impossible altogether. Because when you think about how restricted I was with training due to my sickness, I'm not sure if I would have been able to have fulfilled the stat requirement for Greymon. And I would have had to have done a lot of force feeding in order to have got the weight requirement. And I probably would have had to have done a fair bit of scolding in order to have gotten the discipline requirement, which is the bonus condition. Well, one of the bonus conditions. Miramon, who I was aiming for, care mistake requirement minimum of 5, I had that in the bag. Stat requirement 100 attack, I had that in the bag. Bonus condition, one of them is to have a minimum of 28 techniques, one of them is to have a minimum of 10 battles. So the bonus condition would have been difficult, and then that left the weight requirement 15 to 25, which I was able to fulfill by force feeding Agumon, and then that meant having the weight requirement and the care mistake requirement and the stat requirement, which was enough in order for me to be successful with Digivolving to Miramon. I'm just going to the Gear Savannah item shop, firstly to sell some of the items that are in my inventory. Don't need 3 hair growers, 1 is good enough, so I sold the other 2. I would also like to buy items, 98 medium recoveries, because I know that I'm going to be travelling through Mount Panorama and there's a medium recovery in there, so buy 98 medium recoveries and then collect the medium recovery in the Mount Panorama. That will put me up to 99 medium recoveries. And the other thing that I plan to do is purchase Digimon cards, which will equate to 300 merit points at the Volume Villa, so that I can go back to the Gecko Swamp, defeat the Otamamon, give myself access to the Volume Villa, and then trade in my Digimon cards in exchange for merit points, 300 merit points, and then use those merit points to purchase the amazing rod, an item that I'm after. Speaking to Shogun Gekomon will also be helpful with having access to Cherrymon and therefore Toy Town. And I've picked the sell option just so that I can see the Digimon cards that I've got and work out the number of merit points that it will equate to, or rather double check the number of merit points that it will equate to, because I was counting when I was purchasing individual Digimon cards as well as when I was purchasing packs of 3, Digimon cards. Going back to the Digivolutions, Birdramon, care mistake requirement minimum of 3, I did fulfill that. The weight requirement is the same as Miramon's, 15 to 25, so I did fulfill that when I put my weight up in order to digivolve to Miramon. But the bonus condition was completely out of the question. I either needed to have Biomon as my Digimon or have a minimum of 35 techniques. No joy there. And then the stat requirement is 100 speed, which I could have fulfilled, but I didn't fulfill. Or did I fulfill it? I mean, I trained quite a lot of attack, and training attack does also cause your speed to go up. And off the top of my head, I'm not sure if I did in fact end up fulfilling the stat requirement for Birdramon. However, my attack was far superior to my speed, and because of that, I believe that meant that if I had 3 of the requirements for both Miramon and Birdramon, then Miramon is the Digimon that I would have digivolved to. Because attack is the main... attack is the relevant stat for Miramon, speed is the relevant stat for Birdramon, and so if you've got 3 of the requirements for Miramon and 3 of the requirements for Birdramon, and your attack is superior to your speed, then I think that you would digivolve to Miramon, and if your speed is superior to your attack, then I think that you would digivolve to Birdramon, and in my case, my attack was far superior to my speed. And it's possible that I didn't even have the stat requirement for Birdramon, and in which case I only had 2 of the conditions. I'm struggling to recall off the top of my head. Centaurumon, care mistake requirement, maximum of 3, didn't, so I wouldn't have had that. Weight requirement, same as Greymon, 25 to 35, would have required a lot of force feeding. Stat requirement, 100 brains, would have required extra training. And then bonus condition, either have your discipline at a minimum of 60% full, or have a minimum of 28 techniques. So Centaurumon might have been possible, but it would have been difficult. A lot more difficult than digivolving to Miramon. Monochromon, care mistake requirement, same as Centaurumon, maximum of 3, no chance of fulfilling that. Stat requirement, 1000 HP, 100 defense, and 100 brains. That would have been a problem, because it would have required a lot of extra training, which would have been a problem due to our sickness. Weight requirement, 35 to 45. That would have required an enormous amount of overeating, force feeding, whatever you want to call it. One of the bonus conditions we did have, and that was to have a maximum of 5 battles. The other bonus condition, minimum of 35 techniques. No chance of having that in the bag. Yeah, the weight and stats would have been a real problem for Digivolving to Monochromon. And then that leaves Tyrannomon. Care mistakes, maximum of 5. We wouldn't have fulfilled that. The weight requirement, same as Greymon and Centaurimon, 25 to 35. Getting our weight up to that range would have been a problem. Stat requirement, 1000 HP and 100 defense. That would have required extra training, which would have been a problem because of our sickness. We did have the bonus condition though, because one of the bonus conditions is to have a maximum of 5 battles. We had that in the bag. The other bonus condition, minimum of 28 techniques. No chance of fulfilling that, but it doesn't matter because we already had the bonus condition because of the battles. So once again, the weight and the stats would have been a problem. Miramon just seemed like the easiest choice for me because I had the care mistakes. I wanted to train my attack, and conveniently attack was the stat requirement, was the necessary stat for Miramon, and then that left me needing just one more requirement, either weight or the bonus condition, and I was able to fulfill the weight requirement with quite a bit of force feeding, but not as much as what I would have needed for some of the other Digimon. Not to mention all of the extra training that would have been needed for some of the other Digimon. So Miramon was my preference. He seemed like the easiest choice, and there are 2 Digimon that Miramon can naturally digivolve to, Metal Greymon and Andromon, and I do not want to digivolve to either of those Digimon. I do not want to be successful with fulfilling the requirements in order for Miramon to digivolve to one of his natural ultimate digivolutions. If I get up the requirements, Metal Greymon, the stat requirement is 4000 HP, 3000 MP, 500 attack, 500 defense, 300 speed, 300 brains. As long as I keep one of those stats down, then I won't have the stat requirement for Metal Greymon. The care mistake requirement for Metal Greymon is a maximum of 10. We have had care mistakes with Miramon, and we are going to continue to have care mistakes with Miramon. I would imagine that our care mistakes currently are not over 10, and that we are, you know, fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Metal Greymon. But the weight requirement is 60 to 70. I can't imagine us getting anywhere near that. And if we can avoid the stat requirement and the weight requirement, then that makes everything else irrelevant, because even if we have the care mistake requirement and the bonus condition, that would only account for 2 of the requirements, which wouldn't be good enough. The bonus condition, one of them is for discipline to be at a minimum of 95%, one of them is to have a minimum of 30 battles, one of them is to have a minimum of 30 techniques. But like I said, if we can avoid the stats and the weight, then we will have no worries of digivolving to Metal Greymon, because we won't fulfill any more than 2 of the requirements. So that eliminates any risk of us digivolving to Metal Greymon. As for Andromon, the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. I'm not actually sure whether or not we've gone over that. But if we put that aside, the stat requirement is 2000 HP, 4000 MP, 200 attack, 400 defense, 200 speed, 400 brains. So the necessary amount of MP for Andromon is 4000, and the necessary amount of MP for Metal Greymon is 3000. So if we can keep our MP under 3000, then no matter what our other stats are, it's a guarantee that we won't have the stat requirement for Metal Greymon or Andromon. The bonus condition for Andromon looks to be the same as the one for Metal Greymon. Either discipline at a minimum of 95%, battles at a minimum of 30, techniques at a minimum of 30, and then the weight requirement is 35 to 45. Well, if we keep our MP under 3000, then we won't have the stat requirement for Andromon or Metal Greymon, and if our weight is not within the range of 35 to 45 and not within the range of 60 to 70, then we won't have the weight requirement for either of those Digimon either, and then that alone would be enough to rule out any chance of us digivolving to either of those Digimon. And it's also possible that we will end up with a number of care mistakes, which is too high for either Andromon or Metal Greymon. But even without really thinking about the care mistakes or the bonus condition, if we just focus on the stats and the weight, then I think that we should be able to avoid Andromon and Metal Greymon easily enough. Now then, I've come here to attempt to catch a black trout and a Digianchovy. Reason being, they are both items that are needed for Moldramon trades. We have the black trout, that just leaves the Digianchovy. Okay, we've got the Digianchovy as well. I purchased 2 meats from the item shop to be used as bait. Bait for fishing to try and catch a Digianchovy and a black trout, because those are 2 of the 9 items that are needed for Moldramon trades. And we do now have 1 of each of those fish in our inventory. We also need a giant meat, which shouldn't be any problem whatsoever because we've got Palmon recruited, and if we speak to Palmon, then she will give us giant meat. And, you know, 1 of them can be traded with Moldramon. So on top of already trading Digimushrooms, Happy Mushrooms, Medium Recoveries and High Speed Disc, we now have a black trout and a Digianchovy, and we will be able to get giant meat as well. That is 7 of the 9 items. That means that all that will be left would be a super carrot and a omni floppy. And conveniently, when you trade the super carrot with the Moldramon who wants a super carrot, the item that you get in return is an omni floppy, which you can then use to trade with the other Moldramon. So really, apart from what I've already mentioned, the only other thing we really need is a super carrot. You can get super carrots by defeating red Vegiemons. There's a chance that a red Vegiemon will drop a super carrot if you defeat it in a battle. But an easier way is to recruit Vegiemon, and you can then buy super carrots from Vegiemon, as well as hawk radishes. But in the interest of recruiting Moldramon, the super carrot is what we are interested in. So recruit Vegiemon, buy a super carrot, and then we'll be able to recruit Moldramon, providing that we've seen to all of the other trades by that point. I spoke to Tainemon, who mentioned about a strange plant that's growing in the tropical jungle. In order for Tainemon to say that, I think that you need to have a minimum of 9 prosperity points, and you need to have Palmon recruited. You know, we did speak to Tainemon and we were informed of the strange plant that's grown in the tropical jungle. But in order to be able to recruit Vegemon, as well as being aware of the plant and as well as being able to approach the plant, you also need a rain plant so that you can water the strange plant, and then Vegemon will be produced and he will then join the city afterwards. And in order to be able to obtain a rain plant, you need to recruit Palmon, which we've already done, and then on day 15 of each year there will be a rain plant next to Tainemon. You can collect it, and then you can use it to recruit Vegemon. But it is vital that you are aware that the rain plant can strictly only be collected on day 15. You have to collect it on day 15. If you don't collect it on day 15, then it won't be there on day 16 or any other day of the year. It's only available on day 15. That's when you have to collect it. Oh, and by the way, I spoke to Yoramon again, who mentioned about bandits at the Great Canyon. And if we were to try and use the normal path in that area that we were just in a moment ago before falling off the cliff, then we would have been challenged by Olgamon, something that I don't want to happen just yet. So, in the interest of avoiding Olgamon, I decided to fall off the cliff. And now I can use the elevator to go back up to a different part of the Great Canyon, and falling off the cliff enabled me to avoid Olgamon. Because I did want to speak to Yoramon about the bandits, and because, you know, I wanted to be informed of them, and, you know, I want them to be there at the Great Canyon, and I do want to, you know, battle them, but I want the timing to be right. I didn't want to battle them there and then, so I decided to avoid them, and by going the way that I went, the only way that I could have avoided them was by falling off the cliff. And you can only fall off the cliff once, which means that I can no longer use that particular route without getting into a battle with Olgamon. If I, for whatever reason, really needed to avoid Olgamon, and I needed to go to Friesland or somewhere near where Olgamon spawns, like just beyond where Olgamon spawns, then I think that I would have to get there by travelling through Mount Panorama, through Gear Savannah, through the Gecko Swamp, through the Misty Trees, and then into Friesland. So, you know, there would still be an option available to me, you know, a path available to me, but it would be a much longer route. It would be a lot more time consuming. Now with this Moldramon, I have traded a giant meat, which means that the only other item that I need to trade with him is a black trout. As for this Moldramon, I'm going to trade all of my medium recoveries for super defense discs, so that I can sell the super defense discs at a large profit. I will also trade the Digi-Anchovy, which will then leave me only needing to trade an Omni Floppy with this Moldramon. And now I'm heading back to the other Moldramon, so that I can trade the Digimushrooms that I've got for medium recoveries. And with this Moldramon, the only remaining item left to be traded is a Super Carrot. So that leaves us needing just a Super Carrot, Omni Floppy, and Black Trout. I have a Black Trout in the item bank. I will eventually get a Super Carrot, and when I do, I will get an Omni Floppy in return, and that's the item that will be needed for the trade with the other Moldramon. Even though I did have a even though I do have a Black Trout on me, and I could have traded it with the Moldramon, I didn't want to trade the Black Trout there and then, and the reason for that is because when you do the trade-in with the Moldramons, obviously you have to trade a total of 9 different items, and when you trade the 9th and final item, the Moldramon that you do that trade with is the Moldramon who joins the city, and you then lose the ability to do any further trading with that Moldramon, whereas the other 2 Moldramons remain in Friesland, and you can continue to trade with them. And because of that, I like my final trade to be done with the Moldramon who wants a Black Trout. You know, I want to trade all 3 of the other items with the 2 other Moldramons first, before trading all 3 of the items with the Moldramon who wants a Black Trout. because I want my ninth and final trade to be done with that Moljamon, so that he's the one who joins the city. And the reason for that is because when it comes to trading, I value him the least. I think that I have less to gain from trading with him than what I have to gain from trading with the other Moljamons. And so by having him as the one who joins the city and the one that I can no longer trade with, I feel like I am losing the least by doing things that way. I feel like I am losing the least by losing the ability to trade with the Moljamon who wants black trouts. I feel like I would lose more if it was one of the other Moljamons who was to join the city. I feel like I would lose more if it was one of the other Moljamons who I, lose the ability to trade with. So that's why I didn't trade with that Moljamon, because a black trout is the only thing that he is missing. And if I had traded the black trout with him there and then that would have meant being done with that Moljamon. And then I would have put myself in a position where it's one of the other Moljamons who would have ended up joining the city, and I feel like I would have lost more by losing the ability to trade with one of those Moljamons. I want the black trout to be the last thing that I trade, so that specific Moljamon is the one that joins the city, and I feel like I will be losing the least by losing the ability to trade with that Moljamon, as opposed to losing the ability to trade with one of the other Moljamons. It has to be said, I did enter this battle with a concerningly low amount of HP, but fortunately this Tyrannomon drops a HP chip, which will put my HP from 1300 up to 1800. And there's also the Meteormon to battle, and he too drops a HP chip, and that would put my HP from 1800 up to 2300. And although that's not a great amount by any means. You know, it is a lot better than 1300. You know, I would be a lot less concerned with 2300 HP as opposed to 1300 HP. And I would then feel confident to then move on to making other progress. Yeah, I came here to the Dino region knowing that there were 2 HP chips in it for me, and you know, the ability to increase my HP by 1000 was something that was very much welcome. Got an animation out of it as well. Right, so Meteormon is up next, and when I defeat him, there is a bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. A bit of text that I tend to pause on for about a minute or so. But don't worry, I edit the video and speed it up so that for you viewers it's only very brief. Before that, let's concern ourselves with the battle. One thing that I don't need to worry about when it comes to battles is the risk of picking up injury from the battle. There's the bit I was telling you about, where I had to go through it slowly, but I speeded it up. Yeah, one thing, when it comes to battles, one thing that I don't need to worry about is the risk of getting injured during a battle. And the reason why I say that is because my Digimon is already sick, and therefore I presumably can't get injured, because sickness is like a more serious form of injury. So the fact that I'm sick surely means that I can't get injured during a fight. And if I'm right about that, which I suspect I am, then that is one peace of mind that I'm able to have during battles, the knowledge that I won't be able to get injured. And that's on the basis of the fact that I'm already sick, which is worse than being injured. Thanks to the tactics that I've been using, I've been able to prevent my sickness from being too much of a problem. I've been able to keep my sickness as under control as realistically possible. You know, I haven't died from sickness, I haven't lost a life. You know, I've been able to keep the death counter at bay. I've managed to make it this far, and I am continuing with progress. I am continuing to go further and further into the game. Now, since we've recruited Tyrannomon, Nannymon will now be in here on the spot that Meteormon was on, and this is our first encounter with Nannymon. So he will drop the accessory, which will enable me to carry 20 items instead of 10. That will be very much welcome. And I hope to see Nannymon 4 more times throughout this challenge. Okay, managed to make it to the toilet in time. I do want to try and be the best tamer that I can be. I do want to try and have the longest possible lifespan. I do want to try and keep care mistakes down. I do want to try and keep happiness and discipline up. But obviously, you know, I'm doing a challenge where my Digimon is permanently sick. I had a high number of care mistakes as Agumon at the very start of the challenge. You know, I've had care mistakes as Miramon, such as keeping Miramon awake against his will. But these are things that really can't be helped. Because sleeping would have serious complications on my sickness. And you know, at the start of the challenge, I couldn't do anything but stand still and wait for Agumon to become sick, and unfortunately, you know, a lot of care mistakes happened first. And, you know, I'm being pretty much forced to keep my Digimon awake against its will. You know, pretty much forced to not allow my Digimon to sleep. So, you know, there are inevitable care mistakes, and there are lots of them, but I can't really help it. And it's because of the sickness why I can't really help it. Anyways, now that my HP is better, I do now wish to make a start with Olgamon, and that's why I'm here. I want to be aiming for the Olgamon, not the Ogumons. Okay, well that's the Ogumon's taken out, so at least now there's only one target. That's the first Olgamon battle successful, and you don't have to travel too far for the second Olgamon battle. You just have to head downwards to the lower part of the Great Canyon, where you can enter the Olga Fortress. And that's where Olgamon will be for his rematch. Well, one of his rematches. And Olgamon is another Digimon who drops HP chips, which obviously will, you know, enable us to end up with even more HP, which is good because, yeah, it wasn't that long ago my HP was only 1300 and I had concerns about it, and training at the gym wasn't too much of an option, but, you know, I knew that there are a lot of HP chips in this game I knew that I could boost my HP from giving those to my Digimon, and I knew that there were Digimon who I had immediate access to who drop HP chips. Tyrannomon and Meteormon being the first two, and now the focus is on Olgamon. We need to wait until the new hour before we can get into a battle. So we just have to wait. And we can produce an animation. New hour. Now we can move on to the battle. Again, I'm aiming at the wrong targets. I want to only aim at Olgamon. I want to aim solely for Olgamon. He's the biggest threat. Glad to see one of the Argumons defeated. Okay, now we can focus on Olgamon. With Olgamon defeated for the second time, we are now close to being able to recruit Sharumon, who in my opinion is one of the more useful recruits, because you need to recruit Sharumon in order to be able to recruit other Digimon. Yeah, there are Digimon
different to Xiaomon, who can't be recruited unless you have Xiaomon recruited first. So Xiaomon is quite a useful recruit in my eyes. There is a Goborimon who we are going to have to get past, and I'm hoping that we will still be within the same hour when this battle ends, otherwise we might have a problem. Goborimon defeated. Is it still the same hour though? Yes, it is. Now we've entered the new hour, but it was during an animation. Okay, we have nothing to worry about in that respect. Until recently, I thought that you had to recruit Xiaomon in order to be able to encounter Seedramon at the Dragon Eye Lake, and thus recruit Seedramon, because you do get 2 prosperity points for Seedramon, even though he doesn't join the city as such. You know, when you request friendship from him and he gives you the blue flute, you know, it counts as a recruitment. You know, even though he doesn't really join the city. And then, by requesting friendship, you can then have him take you to Beetle Land, where you can recruit Kawagamon. And if you've already recruited Greymon, then you'll be able to recruit Carbuterimon as well. Kawagamon can be recruited no problem. Carbuterimon, you need to have Greymon recruited in order to be able to recruit Carbuterimon. And I used to think that you needed to recruit Xiaomon in order to be able to encounter and recruit Seedramon, as well as go to Beetle Land and have the option to recruit Kawagamon and Carbuterimon. And this I was wrong about. You don't actually need to recruit Xiaomon for any of this. There possibly might be a requirement for getting Seedramon to show up. And my guess would be that the requirement is a certain number of prosperity points. But certainly, Xiaomon has no relevance. You know, you can encounter Seedramon at the Dragon Eye Lake without having Xiaomon recruited, and you can, you know, from there go to Beetle Land and add Kawagamon and Carbuterimon to your list of recruited Digimon. Nonetheless, I am virtually certain that you do need Xiaomon in order to be able to recruit Vadermon and also Skullgreymon. I think that in order to be able to recruit Vadermon, you need to have Xiaomon recruited, and you need to have a certain number of prosperity points, and you have to read articles on Xiaomon's notice board and go to the crop circles in Mount Panorama, and because I think when you go to Mount Panorama for the first time, there's a crop circle that you have to acknowledge, and then if you recruit Shalmon, then there's an article regarding a UFO. I think you might need a certain number of prosperity points in order for the article to feature. You then go back to where the crop circle was, and there'll be a second crop circle, and your character needs to acknowledge that. And then when you have 45 prosperity points, go back to Shalmon's notice board. There'll be an article about an alien Digimon, go back to Mount Panorama, Vadermon will show up and will join the city. And I think that you also need Shalmon in order to be able to recruit Skull Greymon, because when you go to Greylord's mansion for the first time and aid Myotismon, that's not the end of your duties with Greylord's mansion. You have to return later on, and Myotismon will be missing, and this will lead to you being able to access part of the Greylord's mansion that you previously couldn't access, where you can then recruit Skull Greymon. And I think the requirement is for you to have a certain number of I think the requirements, firstly, are for you to see to the first part of Greylord's mansion, where you rescue Myotismon, and then also have Shalmon recruited and have a certain number of prosperity points, so that there will be an article regarding Myotismon, and I think that's what triggers the next part of the Greylord's mansion, which can lead to you recruiting Skull Greymon. Maybe I didn't need to recover MP at the end, what with my finish being so close. But we've defeated Birdramon nonetheless, and I have to say that the opposing Digimon being incapable of blocking attacks attacks, it certainly is proven to be handy. I mean, I acknowledge that I also can't block attacks, but you know, I think it's so far proven to be probably more of an advantage than a disadvantage. You know, the fact that not a single Digimon can block a single attack of mine. When I left the Olga Fortress, initially I took the elevator to the top with Birdramon on my mind, and then I sort of paused and thought, hold on, I haven't recruited Xiaomon yet. So then I took the elevator back down, went to Xiaomon, recruited him, and then returned to Birdramon and recruited her. We now have the advantage of the Birdra transport, with the exception of the Misty Trees and Beetle Land. Those are the two places that Birdramon currently can't take us to. Because out of the destinations that Birdramon is capable of taking you to, I think there's 6 in total, we are missing 2. The 2 being Beetle Land and Misty Trees. But Gear Savannah, Great Canyon, Friesland, and the Dino region are all available to us. Now, I have a bad feeling Ice Statue could prove to be pretty powerful against us. Yep, over 1,000. It's now even more powerful thanks to him doing Warcry. Okay, we stopped his finish, that was good. Didn't stop Ice Statue and didn't stop getting paralysed. The reason why I was worried about Ice Statue is because it's the second strongest ice technique. Ice techniques do more damage against fire Digimon. We are sick, which means that we will sustain more damage from attack, and Garulamon's attack would have been far superior to our defense. Anyways, it's 6 AM, it's time to take advantage of Kokotorimon, and in this battle, Megalospark is the thing that I'm most worried about. Yeah, I was aware of the time, so I thought that it made sense to take advantage of the opportunity to encounter Kokotorimon. He first becomes available, well, I think he first becomes available at 4 AM, and is last available at 6 AM. And the time currently is 6 AM, and he was here. And we are about to enter 7 AM. Okay, it's now 7 AM, and if I'd come here now, then I don't think he would have been available. We're not done with the Misty Trees though, because there is still Gabumon, who hasn't yet been battled or recruited, and then near him is the Patamon in Gear Savannah, who also hasn't been battled or recruited, and Happy Mushroom. I'm just coming down here to let Miramon use the toilet, and then I'm heading in the direction of Gabumon. I'm not sure if Toy Town is classed as part of Misty Trees, but that we definitely won't be able to see to in this lifespan, because of the fact that we're not going to be able to digivolve to Muncymon in this lifespan. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the recruitment of Muncymon is definitely out of the question. We are entitled to more than one lifespan after all. Predictably, Gabumon didn't put up much of a fight. I didn't think that his short-range attacks would stand much of a chance against Spitfire, plus the inability to block attacks, and the fact that Gabumon is one of the easier Digimon to win against in a battle. He is only a rookie after all. I have, so far, I think I've only used Spitfire, which is a very basic technique, the most basic fire technique. And that's despite the fact that I learned Magma Bomb from the Miramon in the lava cave, and also learned Fire Tower from the first Olgamon battle. And if I wanted to, I could learn other fire techniques, more advanced techniques. For instance, I could learn Prominence Beam from the Monochromon lookalikes in the Dino region. But in this challenge, based on how things are currently, I am favouring the idea of using a basic technique like Spitfire, a technique that's fast, costs little MP, is decent at interrupting opposing Digimon's attacks, and is one of the harder techniques for opposing Digimon to interrupt. So certainly for the time being, Spitfire is what I want to stick with. That might not be the case for the whole of the challenge, but at the moment, Spitfire is my preference.
The annoying thing about this recruit, under these circumstances, is the fact that you have to defeat Patamon 3 times, and if each battle lasts 20 minutes, then 3 battles, 3 lots of 20 minutes, that's an hour, meaning that it's unavoidable that from recruiting Patamon, the clock is going to strike a new hour during a battle, which is going to put the death counter one step closer. Regrettably, I don't think that can be avoided. So if you want to not lose a life, then you need to make sure that, you know, you can afford to have an hour go by and without you dying from sickness as a result of it. As we entered a new hour just before battling Patamon, and I assume that at the end of the third battle, it's going to be 1 hour later. So we would have just entered another hour, but it would have been during a battle, and you know, it wouldn't have been stopped with an animation. But that is Patamon now recruited, I'm pleased to say. He will join the item shop, along with Biomon and Unimon. Okay, it is now a different hour. But we are still alive, as you can see. And I was commenting on techniques. It's just, you know, this is a challenge where every technique that I use is going to cost an extra 50%. So if I was to use a more powerful technique, something like Prominence Beam, then the MP consumption is going to be a lot higher. Okay, there's 5 articles in total. The one I'm interested in is the one about the UFO, the second article. Yeah, so firstly, the use of, you know, a more powerful technique that costs more MP. In this challenge, it would cost even more MP because of the fact that every technique is going to cost an extra 50%. The fact that I only have the attack and moderate command means that there's a big chance that my Digimon is going to attack at the wrong times. You know, a good chance that my Digimon will attack when an attack is being used by an opposing Digimon, and it would result in my attack getting stopped, interrupted, and it would be a waste of MP. Yeah, my speed isn't great either, which would affect the frequency of my attacks if I was to have a more powerful attack. And that would make me more prone to getting attacked. Because if my Digimon is going to stand still for a few moments during between attacks, then my Digimon will be a sitting duck to attacks. The fact that opposing Digimon can't block attacks means that with a technique like Spitfire, a fast technique, I can hit them, knock them down, they get back up, I can hit them again, knock them down, they get back up, I can hit them again, knock them down, they get back up, and we can keep going like that. A fast technique like Spitfire would work pretty well in that respect. And I think that our lack of speed would be less of a problem with a technique like Spitfire. I think our lack of other commands other than just attack and auto would be less of a problem. Not to mention that your finish gauge fills up when you attack, so by attacking with Spitfire however many times, I will get my finish gauge filled up, and it would be at the expense of less MP than if I was to attack the same number of times with something like Prominence Beam or Magma Bomb or whatever it might be. I feel like that battle against Greymon was a good reflection of the positives that I was highlighting about Spitfire. Greymon didn't get many attacks at me. I was striking him with quick-fire attacks. He was, getting knocked down, he was getting back up, he was getting knocked down again. Most of his attacks were being interrupted,
He didn't get many opportunities to attack me. Like, I know that when I used finishes, there was then a brief pause before I would attack again, and that gave Greymon the opportunity to attack. And he did confuse me at one point and get a finish. But if I had something like Prominence Beam and I was to use a finish, then there would be a much bigger delay before I would attack again. And when it comes to just general attacking, there would be delays like between the attacks due to my speed stat being where it is. But with Spitfire, it can just be attack, attack, attack. They're not going to block it, they're just going to repeatedly get knocked down, and you know, a lot of their attacks are going to get interrupted, which would be good for me because it means that I'm not going to sustain much damage. So, you know, at the moment, Spitfire is the technique that I've got, and I'm happy with it, even though it's a very basic technique, a weak technique, a very weak technique, a very weak technique that doesn't inflict any sort of status harm. But I'm favouring that over the other techniques. If I was to use other techniques, like slower techniques, more powerful techniques, I think that I would get hit a lot more. I think that my MP would go down an awful lot more quickly, and obviously my HP as well, if I'm going to be taking loads of attacks. You know, I won't be so good at interrupting the opposing Digimon's attacks, and they will be better at interrupting my attacks. You know, when it comes to attacking at the right time, I think it's best to have the distance and change target commands so that you can tell your Digimon not to attack when it's a bad idea to attack, a bad time to attack, but then you can pick attack when it is a good time to attack. But we don't have that advantage due to our brains being so low. We've only got the auto and attack command, and that kind of makes Spitfire even more preferable in my eyes. Oh yeah, and ideally I want to be aiming for Woru Seedramon. He's the biggest threat. If I aim to defeat Woru Seedramon can pretty much defeat the Olgamon and the Gabumon for me. I don't really need to defeat the Gabumon or the Olgamon myself, because there's a very good chance that the Woru Seedramon will defeat them for me, and thus my priority should be to try and damage the Woru Seedramon. He's the Digimon I want to be aiming for. It seems to vary which Digimon Miramon is aiming for, and without the change target command, there isn't a super easy solution, or at least not that I'm able to think of. It's kind of luck and RNG, but at least I'm using my finish on Woru Seedramon. That will go a long way. The Olgamon is almost defeated, and I've been flattened. And the Olgamon is now defeated. So now it's just between me and Woru Seedramon. Good thing about that is that there's now only one target to aim for.
That's the third Olgamon battle out of the way, leaving just the fourth and final Olgamon battle. When you defeat Olgamon for the fourth time, that results in Olgamon joining the city. And I already explained that defeating Olgamon for the first time and then the second time sets up the opportunity to recruit Xiaomon, and defeating Olgamon for the third time, like we've just done, results in Waymon joining the city. And like with Xiaomon, Waymon is a particularly useful recruit, because recruiting Waymon presents you with opportunities to recruit other Digimon. Waymon can take you to the Factorial Town, and I think that that is the only way in which it's possible to go to the Factorial Town. And by going to the Factorial Town, you can recruit Andromon, Guromon, Metal Mummemon, Numamon, and it's also one of the places in which you can encounter Nanimon. So, depending on how you view Nanimon, going to Factorial Town and completely doing everything that there is to be done in Factorial Town will rake in 10 or 11 prosperity points. 10 for Andromon, Guromon, Metal Mummemon and Numamon. And, you know, it's also... it's one of the locations in which you encounter Nanimon, so, you know, it's progress towards Nanimon's recruit, which would score you an extra 1 prosperity point. I know that once you make a certain amount of progress in Factorial Town, a shortcut gets created, enabling you to go from Factorial Town to Gear Savannah, and also the reverse journey, going from Gear Savannah to Factorial Town, but that path is not available straight away. I think that the only way you can go to Factorial Town to begin with is via Waymon, and then by making progress in Factorial Town, you then create the opportunity to go to Factorial Town from Gear Savannah if you so wish. The reason why we've come to the Olga Fortress is because now that we've defeated Olgamon for the third time, Nanimon is now going to be here, and I think that this will be our second time of encountering Nanimon, because I don't believe that we've encountered him at any other destination other than the Dino region, and now here as well, of course. So I think that's 2 of the 5 Nanimon encounters, which I think leaves Leomon's Ancestor's Cave, the sewer, well, the Leomon's Ancestor's Cave, which is within the drill tunnel, the sewer, which is within Factorial Town, and the Toy Mansion, which is within Toy Town. I also went to the secret beach cave and helped myself to the Misty Egg, Digivolution item that makes you digivolve to Digitamamon. Has no use in this challenge, so my only interest was to sell it in exchange for 5,000 bits.
Waymon can also take us to Factorial Town, but it makes the most sense to go to Factorial Town at the time of the shift change, because to begin with, you can only explore the initial parts of Factorial Town. You can't go to the deeper parts of Factorial Town because there are Guardromons blocking the way, and in order to be able to make it past them, you have to go there during the shift change. And in case you're wondering what I'm doing here, I'm just heading to where the crop circles are, because I acknowledged the first crop circle earlier in the game. I then read Shalmon's notice board regarding a UFO, so there's now going to be 2 crop circles in here. Once I acknowledge that one, if I return to Shalmon's notice board again, while having a minimum of 45 prosperity points, there will then be the article regarding an alien Digimon, and returning here will result in Vadermon joining the city. As for the shift changes at Factorial Town, they are at midnight and midday. So you either have to go there at midday, which is essentially 12 PM, or you have to go there at midnight, which is essentially 0 AM. That's when the shift changes are. I think it would make the most sense to go to... Well, when going to Factorial Town for the first time, I think it would make the most sense to go there at a time where I'm able to make it past the Guardromons because of the shift change, and then being able to explore the deeper parts of the Factorial Town. And you'll notice I did rest twice in Digimon's house. I am becoming a bit concerned about tiredness. I have had a lot of battles with Miramon, and battles do cause tiredness. So even though by resting I would have been moving us closer to the death counter, I felt like it was necessary to rest, and also I felt confident that the death counter was far enough away in order for me to be able to rest a bit without dying from sickness. And I was right, because I rested and I'm still alive, and I've put us further away from seeing the sweat bubble, and now I'm heading to the Dragon Eye Lake in pursuit of Seadramon. Seadramon is available twice a day, once at 8 AM and again at 5 PM, and we have just entered 5 PM. I purchased a meat from the item shop, which is to be used as bait. Okay, that is Seadramon Court.
When you catch him, you are presented with 3 options. You can request friendship, you can ask for a technique, you can ask for an item. The most important thing to do is to request friendship, so that he will become recruited. You will get 2 prosperity points for him, and you will then have access to Beetle Land, where you can get 4 more prosperity points by recruiting Kawagumon and Kabuterimon, providing you've already got Greymon recruited. If you haven't already got Greymon recruited, then you'll only be able to recruit Kawagumon. Just in order to recruit Kabuterimon, you have to speak to him and you have to pick the second option, and the second option is only available if you have Greymon recruited. Interestingly, in order to recruit Kawagumon, again, you just have to speak to him and pick the second option, and there are always 3 options, and you just have to pick the second one, which makes Kawagumon a simple recruit. If you ask Seadramon for an item, he'll give you a water bottle, a Digivolution item that makes you Digivolve to Seadramon, which has no value in this challenge. And if you ask for him to teach you a technique, then there are 3 techniques that he can teach you: Aqua Magic, Winter Blast, and Giga Freeze. But for him to be able to teach you those techniques, you have to not know the techniques. When you speak to him, you don't need to have a Digimon on you who is capable of learning those techniques. You just need any Digimon, and if you already know the techniques, then he won't be able to teach them to you. You have to not know them in order for him to be able to teach them to you. And the techniques that he teaches you, it goes in order of Aqua Magic, Winter Blast, and Giga Freeze. And if you don't know Aqua Magic, then he'll teach you Aqua Magic. If you do know Aqua Magic, then he won't teach you Aqua Magic. If you don't know Winter Blast, then he'll teach you Winter Blast. If you do know Winter Blast, then he won't teach you Winter Blast. If you don't know Giga Freeze, then he'll teach you Giga Freeze. If you do know Giga Freeze, then he won't teach you Giga Freeze. So depending on the scenario, it's possible that he might teach you 3 techniques, he might teach you 2 techniques, he might teach you 1 technique, he might not teach you any technique. And in this challenge, it is completely useless. I have no interest in learning any of those techniques. And now I'm approaching the Ice Sanctuary with a Data Digimon, which means that I'm going to have to use the Ice Sanctuary skip in order to be able to enter the Ice Sanctuary. There it is. You're meant to only be able to enter the Ice Sanctuary with a Vaccine Digimon, which Miramon is not. He is a Data Digimon. But thanks to the Ice Sanctuary skip that I just used, it's possible to enter the Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon, even if your Digimon is a Data type or a Virus type. You will be able to enter the Ice Sanctuary if you use the Ice Sanctuary skip, saving you the need of a Vaccine Digimon. I wish that there was also some sort of glitch or setup or skip or something like that, which would make it possible to enter Greylord's mansion with any Digimon, but unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, that's not possible. You're meant to need to have a vaccine Digimon in order to be able to enter the Ice Sanctuary. You're meant to need to have a virus Digimon in order to be able to enter Greylord's mansion. And as far as I'm aware, you do need a virus Digimon in order to be able to enter Greylord's mansion. I don't know of any way around it, unlike the Ice Sanctuary, where you just saw that it's possible to enter with any Digimon. The Ice Sanctuary skip is something that I came to learn of from watching a speedrun of this game, and also the Agumon skip that you saw me use in the Olga Fortress, which enabled me to avoid the 3 Agumons who you are not meant to be able to avoid. That is something else that I learned from watching a speedrun for this game. don't want to use the finish on Iceman. I'd rather use it on the Hyogomon. Possibly out of MP, which works for me, and we might be able to finish him with this. And we have. That works for me also. I was speaking about the Ogumon skip at the Olga Fortress. Yeah, there's those 3 Ogumons who you're meant to have to battle, but it's possible to skip them, as I demonstrated in this challenge. And then a bit after that, the Goborimon at the Great Canyon Bridge. It is also possible to skip him as well, as I've seen from speedrunners, and I have done the Goborimon skip in some of the challenges that I've done for this game, but the Goborimon skip is something that I'm not very good at. It's something that I have a hard time producing, something that I struggle to pull off. You know, I only succeeded it a minority of the time, and I think it's mostly luck when I do succeed at it. So because of that, I only do the Goborimon skip if I'm doing a challenge where avoiding the Goborimon is particularly helpful or necessary. The Agumon skip I tend to attempt because I find that simple enough to do. The Ice Sanctuary skip I tend to attempt, and for me it's hit and miss. Sometimes I pull it off and find it easy. Sometimes I don't pull it off and I have a much sort of harder time getting it to work. I've already explained about the Goborimon skip. Also, those 3 Digimon who I battled in the Ice Sanctuary, I have seen a video showing that it is also possible to avoid them as well. You know, there is a skip that enables you to recruit Angemon without battling those Digimon, but it looks very hard to do, and I've never attempted it myself. And there is also the Invisible Bridge skip, which enables you to enter the Great Canyon from the Great Canyon entrance without being informed of the Invisible Bridge. Yeah, most of these skips, you know, come down to like precision, and what am I saying? Yeah, I think most of it sort of comes down to like precision and positioning. And well, at the time of recording this challenge, I hadn't yet attempted the Invisible Bridge skip, but since then I have attempted it and have managed to pull it off. I've just come here to do more resting. because I'm worried about the sweat bubble, I'm worried about energy levels, and with Angemon recruited, Gigimon's house has been upgraded, meaning that we can no longer rest at Gigimon's house. I explained the problems with trying to rest at the clinic, so I decided to come here instead for the resting. Yeah, the invisible bridge skip, for a long time I never tried it because it looked difficult, but then I saw a different video where it showed a really easy way of doing it, a way where it's pretty much a guarantee that you will succeed at it, and then by using that method I was then able to do the invisible bridge skip, but the method that I use is what a lot of people would describe as the cowardly method, the cheap method. It's a slow method which is pretty much guaranteed to work. So yes, I frequently do the Agumon skip and don't have much trouble with it. I frequently do the Ice Sanctuary skip and sometimes have trouble with it. I rarely do the Goborimon skip and usually have trouble with it. The Invisible Bridge skip, I think, is something that I should be okay with here onwards if I was to want to use it. And I've come to Factorial Town for the shift change. It's only about 20 minutes until midnight, which is when the shift change is. So I've come here to make it past the Guardromons and have access to the other parts of the Factorial Town. New hour, midnight, animation was produced, no guards here, we can proceed. Yeah, the invisible bridge skip, if I was to try and use it in a challenge, then by using the methods that I use, the cheap methods, if you want to call it that, then I can't imagine I'd have trouble producing the invisible bridge skip. But avoiding the free Digimon in the Ice Sanctuary, I don't think I am prepared to even attempt that. And there's also something else. When you catch Seedramon at the Dragon Eye Lake, there's something else called Jesus Fishing, where with a certain setup and also precision and timing and positioning, it is possible to end up standing on the water. And I don't want to get to a battle here. I'm hoping if I produce an animation, the Guardromon will go away. Okay. Yeah, you end up standing on the water, and then it's quicker and easier to catch Seedramon. That is something else that I've never attempted, just because of how difficult it looks, or at least for me. But for me, it looks like a really difficult thing to pull off, and I get intimidated just from watching it, and it's something that I've never even attempted before. Anyway, thanks to the shift change, we are here about to confront Guromon, and I don't believe that we've spoken to any other Digimon in Factorial Town so far. I think Guromon is the first Factorial Town Digimon that we are speaking to. I don't think we've spoke to any of the others yet. Ah, we get hit for the first time. And no finish for Guromon. Although his finish probably wouldn't have hit us anyway. There's a bit coming up when Guromon says, "I'm losing power." There it is. And when he says, "I'm losing power," if you don't press X, then he will move into the middle of the room and stop. And if you then press X, then he will collapse in the middle of the room. If, however, when he says, "I'm losing power," if you press X before he reaches the middle of the room, then he will collapse wherever he is when you press X. And that is something to be mindful of, that wherever he is when he says, "I'm losing power," that is where he will collapse when you press X. And the reason why I say it's something to watch out for is because depending on where you are standing, it is possible for him to collapse and land on you, which traps you and then forces you to use an autopilot as a way of escaping. Not only that, but it's also possible for him to collapse in a position where the defense chip that he drops is unobtainable for you. You know, he might drop the defense chip that, like, depending on where he collapses, you might not be able to reach the defense chip. So, you know, it's just wise to just be mindful of whereabouts you are standing, whereabouts the defense chip has been dropped, before deciding when to press X and get him to collapse. Because, like, if you're standing in the middle of the room, then you would probably want to press X as quickly as possible so that he collapses before he makes it into the middle of the room. Otherwise, he would go into the middle of the room and collapse on you, and then you're trapped. If he... When you defeat him, if he's, like, literally, like, right next to you, but, like, a few feet away from the middle of the room, then you would probably want to wait until he gets into the middle of the room before pressing X, so that then there would be distance between you and him, and then you shouldn't get trapped. Just, there's been multiple times when I've ended up either missing out on the defense chip as a result of him collapsing at the wrong time, and also me getting stuck as a result of him collapsing at the wrong time and then having to use an autopilot in order to escape. And by the way, we are grinding for Metal Mumemon. And it's almost a new hour, so we need an animation. There's the animation, and now we go back to grinding for Metal Mumemon. It's just we defeated Guromon, we spoke to Andromon, we defeated and recruited Numamon, we spoke to Andromon again, and then if we return to Andromon later on and speak to him again, hopefully he would have recovered the data. Okay, Metal Mumemon is now here. But I do have concerns regarding how close we are to the next hour. I think that we should enter the next hour before battling Metal Mumemon. That means holding back for a bit. And entering the next hour with an animation. And yeah, return to Andromon, and after speaking to him, if he's recovered the data, he should join the city, and then Nanimon should be in the sewer, where you can speak to him, and also if you return to Guromon, then he should have recovered, and by speaking to him, he'll join the city as well. For that, my focus is on Metal Mumemon. Okay, we got the finish this time. Can't help but feel that he must be due a finish as well. Yeah, there it is. Okay, this should seal the deal. And it has. Despite the fact that Metal Mumemon isn't usually a particularly difficult opponent for me, in this challenge I feel like I got attacked by him more than how much I've been attacked by other Digimon, and I think that was down to him having techniques that were harder to interrupt, particularly range beam, but also somewhat metal splinter, and pulse laser not so much, but he did manage to produce quite a lot of attacks, and I, wasn't very successful with stopping them with Spitfire, especially range beam. But Metal Splinter was a problem as well. Oh, and guess what? With Numamon recruited, Ninjamon is now going to show up on the Digimon Bridge. It's quite simple getting Ninjamon to show up. You just have to recruit one of the Digimon who would work at the secret item shop. That includes Numamon, Moljamon, Devimon and Mumemon. The fact that we recruited Numamon is why Ninjamon is here. Fortunately for us, Ninjamon has a vulnerability to fire. There's article number 8, which is the article regarding the alien Digimon. The fact that that article has shown up means that we must have a minimum of 45 prosperity points. Obviously it means that if we go to the crop circles, then Vadermon will show up and we'll join the city. But what I was also focused on was the fact that the article featuring means that we have a minimum of 45 prosperity points. That's what you need in order for the article to show up, and it's also the number of prosperity points that are needed in order for you to be able to have access to the Leomon's Ancestors Cave, providing you have recruited Miramon. In order for the Leomon's Ancestors Cave to be available to you, you need to recruit Miramon, and you need to have a minimum of 45 prosperity points. We have recruited Miramon, and the fact that there's the article about an alien Digimon means that we have 45 prosperity points or more. So not only can we recruit Vadermon, but we can also go to Leomon's Ancestors Cave, help ourselves to the Leomon Stone. There's also an attack chip in there as well, which will come in handy. And then if we take the stone to the Leomon in Gear Savannah, then he will join the city, and then Nanimon will feature at the Leomon's Ancestors Cave, where we can speak to him, and then we can tick off another one of the locations that we've encountered him at. I've come to Mount Panorama first to try and, well, not try, I've come to Mount Panorama to recruit Vadermon, and also to try and get Mumemon to show up. I haven't yet recruited Mumemon, and once I recruit Vadermon, I'm going to grind for Mumemon. With Vadermon recruited, we now have a minimum of 48 prosperity points. And how is that for luck? I enter once and Mumemon is here straight away. Yeah, I've not been keeping track of our prosperity points, but the fact that we had a minimum of 45 before recruiting Vadermon means that we now have a minimum of 48 after recruiting Vadermon. Unfortunately, our Spitfires are doing very little damage. The fact that he did full power and boosted his stats has probably resulted in his defense being quite a bit superior to our attack. But every time we strike him, it's going to speed up the filling of our finish gorge, and hopefully with that we will be able to do some damage. Okay, 1400. At this rate, I would say 2 more finishes is what's needed in order to win the battle. Yeah, we should keep attacking, even though it's not doing much damage. It is filling up our finish gorge, or at least helping to fill up our finish gorge. So it's increasing the speed that it's filling up at. Our finishes are where our damage is going to come from. Okay, and now I'm thinking one more finish. Because we're definitely not going to defeat him with Spitfire in between now and when our finish gorge fills up, reaches the maximum. We lost our finish. I don't know if that was bad luck or if that was stupidity on my part, but you know, we lost the opportunity to finish him there and then because we lost our finish. Our finish got stopped. Our finish got interrupted. Well, if we don't successfully produce our next finish, then I think that we will end up defeating him with Spitfire before we end up with another finish after that. Doesn't matter, we've got the finish. And also, we now have a minimum of 51 prosperity points, because it was a minimum of 45. Vadermon put it up to a minimum of 48. Mumemon has put it up to a minimum of 51, which means that we have enough prosperity points in order for Digimon to tell us about Mount Infinity if we speak to him. That will mean having the battle against Airdramon, and then having access to Mount Infinity, where we can make much further progress. Because you need a minimum of 50 prosperity points in order for Digimon to mention about Mount Infinity, and also you need a minimum of 50 prosperity points in order for Etamon to show up at the native forest. So as well as having enough prosperity points in order for us to go to the Leomon's ancestors' cave and speak to Airdramon and speak to Digimon and battle Airdramon and have access to Mount Infinity, we can also encounter Etamon at the native forest. So there's quite a few things that can be done at the moment. And I've chosen to head to the drill tunnel. I have Leomon's ancestors' cave in mind, but before that we have to defeat Olgamon. We have to defeat Olgamon in order for us to be able to proceed towards where Leomon's ancestors' cave is. But, you know, we can go there, which will be the first step towards recruiting Leomon. We can recruit Olgamon here and now, and I believe it's been more than long enough in order for Dremolgemon to join the city should we return to him. Let's see a tremor. That's Magma Bomb. I'm on 2 tremors and the Ogumons will be dead. Let's see a tremor. Well, that would have been, but I interrupted it. Okay, I think I'm part of the problem here, because Olgamon can't use Tremor if I'm going to be interrupting it. I just want help with defeating the Olgamons, that's all. If I'm to use my finish, I need to time it correctly, and that's not what I did. I got the tremor that I wanted, but at the wrong time because it stopped my finish. I guess I'll have to defeat the Ogumons myself. The fourth Ogumon battle is always the easiest out of the 4 Ogumon battles. The next easiest is the first Ogumon battle, followed by the second Ogumon battle, and then the third Ogumon battle is the hardest. Oh, the sweat bubble. Tiredness has become a problem. Miramon is now showing us the sweat bubble. Wow. We would need to either rest or sleep in order to eliminate the sweat bubble and recover energy. And I've explained more than once the issue with that in a challenge like this. I decided to carry on to the Leomon's ancestors' cave and collect the Leomon stone, but I haven't I didn't then go to Dremoljamon and recruit Dremoljamon. So Dremoljamon is still a loose end. I mean, I was presented with a problem when I saw the sweat bubble. I thought, oh dear, this needs to be treated. And judging by how I have gone about the game, since Miramon's sickness started, since my Digimon's most recent sickness started, I am confident that I can do some resting without the fear of without the fear of the counter reaching 0, you know, the fear of me losing a life, the fear of me dying from sickness, I believe that I rested 4 times there, which has removed the sweat bubble and has put us a certain number of steps away from seeing a return of the sweat bubble. But we do definitely have a problem. We have a problem with tiredness. We have a problem with sickness. You know, we have a problem with the fact that there is a death counter, and you know, we have done things which has put the death counter closer to falling to 0. We are limited with how many times we can rest. We are particularly limited with sleep. The sweat bubble is gone for now, but I don't think we've seen the last of it. Okay, so this is the initial scene where Leomon shows up and then runs into the area on the left. The path on the left, he uses that and goes to the area that leads to, and we can speak to him and present him with his stone, and he will then join the city afterwards. And when I was speaking to Meteormon in the Dino region, there was a bit of text that I had to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing, and I have the same problem here with Leomon. It's the bit where he says, "You can count on me." There it is. I paused on it for a certain amount of time, but I speeded the video up, making it brief for you viewers. I did the same when speaking to Meteormon at the Dino region, and this problem is not exclusive to Meteormon at the Dino region and Leomon at Gear Savannah. I also have the same problem when speaking to Devimon, both at Greylord's Mansion and Mount Infinity. Yeah, when I speak to Devimon at Greylord's Mansion and when I speak to Devimon at Mount Infinity, in both cases there's a bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing, like with Meteormon and Leomon. And the sweat bubble caught us off guard, but nonetheless we have now made it to Dromolgemon. Dromolgemon has now joined the city. Leomon has joined the city as well. And from here we can return to Leomon's ancestors' cave, where Nanimon will be waiting for us. And I think it will be our third time of encountering him. I think the first was at the Dino region, and then the second was at the Olga Fortress. And I think that Leomon's ancestors' cave is about to make it 3 out of 5, leaving the sewer and the toy mansion. We're probably not too far away from encountering Nanimon at the sewer, or at least not too far away from having the option of encountering Nanimon at the sewer, because we've already defeated Guromon and recruited Numamon and spoke to Andromon. Yeah, we just need to return to Andromon once he's recovered the data, and then he will join the city, and Nanimon will be in the sewer, and Guromon will join the city as well if we return to him and speak to him. There are quite a few things that can be done. I mean, out of what's available to us at the moment, you know, there are quite a few things for us to do. Quite a few things left to be done. And the Digimon that I'm aiming for next is Etamon. I mean, yes, there's Airdramon and Mount Infinity, there's Factorial Town, there's Piximon, there's Etamon, there's Garulamon, Frigimon, Vegemon, Moljamon, Muncromon. The list goes on. We can only take things one step at a time, and my current focus is on Etamon. one less Digimon to worry about, 3 more prosperity points to add to the total. Oh yeah, now that Etamon is recruited, there will no longer be any random Digimon roaming around on the Digimon bridge, which I'm pleased about. And this is the part where we grind for Piximon. Well, so far I've been lucky with finding orange bananas, but I've not been lucky with what I've ultimately been after, which is Piximon. Oh, but now we have found Piximon. Now we can go straight into the battle, because there's no risk at all of the duration of this battle taking us forward to the next hour. The next hour is almost an hour away. Ah, we finally get there with the finish. Yeah, protective floppy is always a very handy item to use against Piximon, because protective floppies, if you use one in a battle, then for the whole of that battle, you are completely safe from status harm. You know, it's impossible for you to fall victim to status harm. And Piximon's the techniques that Piximon uses are very prone to causing status harm. Confusion Storm has a very high rate of causing confusion, and then Bug and Danger Sting have a high rate of causing flattening. Oh, and by the way, it's now time for Airdramon. I spoke to Digimon, who informed us of Mount Infinity, and if we walk out of his house, then we will be challenged by Airdramon, and we are just waiting until we reach the next hour before we challenge Airdramon. Okay, we entered the new hour with an animation, and now it's time for the Airdramon battle. Oh yeah, we do now have distance and change target, as well as moderate as well, but I think attack is still going to be my preferred choice of command. Mount Infinity is now available to us. That doesn't mean that we have to go to Mount Infinity straight away. It just means that the option is there available to us. We can do other stuff first if we so wish. Earlier in the challenge I was saying about keeping MP under 3000 as a way of ensuring that I wouldn't fulfill the stat requirement for either Andromon or Metal Greymon. But despite that, I have ended up getting my MP up to 3000, and I'm confident that Miramon is not going to be digivolving to Metal Greymon or Andromon after analysing the situation and analysing the requirements in order for the digivolutions to be possible. I felt confident with allowing my MP to reach and exceed 3000, and without the risk of me digivolving to an unwanted Digimon. And I also realised that I was able to have another rest from the Kawagamon at Beetleland, and without me then losing a life from sickness. Yeah, we don't have to come to Mount Infinity straight away, but I have more or less come to Mount Infinity pretty much at the earliest opportunity, and I'm intentionally getting into an unnecessary battle. I could probably quite easily just pick the distance command, sit back and wait for the opposing Digimon to defeat themselves, or at least do substantial damage to themselves, saving me the need from doing a great deal of fighting. Rockmon's been defeated already. Now, these two both have less than 1000 HP. In fact, one of them has been defeated. So now I'm on my own. Now I do have to start fighting. As far as game progress is concerned, I didn't need to battle these Digimon. The reason why I battled them is because I wanted to be able to collect the item that's in the computer just down here. It's not a particularly useful item. It's not an item that I can say that I value. But I do have a bit of OCD with wanting to loot all of the computers, wanting to collect all of the items from all of the computers, and with the Omnidisc that I collected from the computer in the previous room, there's a Rockmon who is blocking it, and in order to be able to gain access to the computer, you need to get the Rockmon out of the way, which means either battling him or getting into a battle with him on screen and him choosing to run off. Either way, you will take out the Rockmon, and that then made the computer accessible, and I was able to collect the item. Now in this next room, we are going to have the first mandatory battle within Mount Infinity. Because the first battle was not essential, but this next one is. Battle against Digimon. And remember, there's a bit of text that I do have to go through slowly. It's after we defeat him. I fancied a bit of overkill. The bit where Devimon says about not wanting a ruler, that's the bit of text that I have to go through slowly on. There it is. The sweat bubble again. I've come this far into Mount Infinity and I don't really want to be going back on myself. There's a sirloin here. Miramon wants to eat. Sirloins do reduce tiredness a bit. There is a chance that maybe the sirloin might get rid of the sweat bubble, but then it might not, and even if it does, I suspect that it would just be a case of one battle later and the sweat bubble would be back. Well, let's give it a try. He's sick. And that's all. Okay, so the sweat bubble is gone for now, but once we get into one more battle, I'm sure the sweat bubble will be back. And, you know, I've come this far into Mount Infinity. I don't want to be going back on myself. I want to make it up to the final boss during this visit, and I want to defeat the final boss during this visit, regardless of whether or not my Digimon is showing me the sweat bubble. I'm going to be ignoring Megadramon for the time being. I'm going straight to Metal Greymon and then Machine Dramon. Yeah, you have to defeat Devimon in order to be able to get to Metal Greymon. You have to defeat Metal Greymon in order to be able to get to Machine Dramon. You have to defeat Machine Dramon in order for Digitamamon to be available. But Megadramon is a bit different. You can, well, I mean, you have to defeat Devimon in order to be able to reach Megadramon. But apart from that, you have quite a bit of leniency with him. You can defeat Megadramon before Metal Greymon, you can defeat Megadramon after Metal Greymon, you can defeat Megadramon before Machine Dramon, you can defeat Megadramon after Machine Dramon, you can defeat Megadramon before Digitamamon, you can defeat Megadramon after Digitamamon. It's up to you. Yeah, you have to defeat Devimon before Megadramon, but that's about it as far as Megadramon is concerned. Well, our first visit to Mount Infinity is almost done. We just have Machine Dramon left to see to. That's regarding our first trip to Mount Infinity. And predictably, the sweat bubble has returned, but that's not going to stop me. We've come this far, we need to carry on. You have to go to Mount Infinity at least twice, because when you come here to this room for the first time, you battle Machine Dramon, and then you have to return to Mount Infinity, come to this final room, and then you will battle Digimon. Now, I saw to Air Dramon before entering Mount Infinity, and I've seen to Devimon and Metal Greymon since entering Mount Infinity. I'm about to battle Machine Dramon, and then when I return to Mount Infinity, I can tie Mega Dramon in with Digitamon. I can see to both Mega Dramon and Digitamon during my return visit to Mount Infinity. Right, with Machinedramon we defeated, we can add Airdramon, Devimon and Metal Greymon to the list of Digimon who have now joined the city, Digimon who have now been recruited. By returning to Mount Infinity, we can add Megadramon and Digitamamon to the list. We are back at the city, and shortly we will be leaving, and shortly after that we will be returning. We are leaving, we are returning, we are back. And Miramon is, well, obviously still showing us the sweat bubble, as he would, because we haven't done anything to reverse it. And currently I'm not showing any signs of reversing it right now either. After returning, I just went to Palmon and helped myself to giant meat, and now I have gone to the Factorial Town, hoping that Andromon has recovered the data for us so that we can recruit him, recruit Guromon, and also speak to Nanimon. And this is despite the fact that Miramon has the sweat bubble, and his happiness and discipline are going to be affected by it. His lifespan is probably going to be affected by it as well. These are problems. The good news is that Andromon had recovered the data, and he then joined the city. We've come to the sewer to encounter Nanimon for the 4th time. We've spoke to him at the Dino region, the Olga Fortress, the Leomon's Ancestors Cave within the Drill Tunnel, and now the sewer within Factorial Town, leaving just the Toy Mansion within Toy Town. With Andromon and Nanimon sorted, I am now heading for Guromon. course, I still need to keep an eye on the clock. I still need to be producing those animations accordingly. The sweat bubble is a bit of a distraction. It could be more than just a distraction, it could be a problem. I still need to be ensuring that I'm, being successful with what I need to be successful with. I need to make sure that I'm doing the right things, that I'm going to, do what I have to do to maximise my chances of being successful with this challenge. I believe we are now done with Factorial Town and don't need to return. And now I'm going to go to the Centaur Clinic and resolve the problem regarding the sweat bubble. Here's what I'm going to do. Miramon wants to sleep, so I'm going to let him sleep. He will sleep for many hours, and this will take away his tiredness. Downside, he is now due to he is now due to die from sickness on the next hour, so I'm going to speak to Centaurumon, get the sickness healed, which will save us from dying from sickness on the next hour. Now I go into my inventory and I immediately give Miramon a mouldy meat, making him sick again. And now we are in a position where we are sick, but we are not tired. And also the counter has reset, meaning that if we want to, it will be possible for us to do quite a bit of training and resting, and without the risk of us dying from sickness. Because what happened was that I slept while Miramon was sick, and that, greatly reduced his tiredness, but it brought the sickness death counter down to 0, which meant that we were going to fade away on the very next hour. Well, not fade away, we were going to lose a life on the very next hour. We were... the sickness was going to result in us losing a life on the very next hour. So to resolve that, I cured the sickness by speaking to Centaurumon, taking the sickness away. And then I immediately made Miramon sick again afterwards with a mouldy meat. But this is now a separate sickness. This sickness is separate from the previous sickness. The counter has reset, and we are not going to be dying from sickness on the next hour. I believe that the death counter is about 12 hours away, but for as long as we continue to produce animations when the clock strikes a new hour, the counter will stay at 12. The counter will only go down if the clock strikes a new hour without me producing an animation. In other words, the clock striking a new hour during a battle, or the clock, or me, or time going forward to the next hour as a result of training or resting or sleeping. But in the case of sleeping, we would probably go forward by more than just 1 hour. I suppose it depends on when we let our Digimon sleep. When I let Miramon sleep at the Centaur Clinic, he slept for a long time. He slept for many hours. And I'm now returning, well, I have returned to Mount Infinity, and now I am heading for Megadramon and Digitamon. I'm not very... I frequently have trouble with avoiding these Digimon. Well, if I was to run away, then I would have the job of trying to avoid them again. If I defeat them, then I'll be able to carry on. I think the clock is more than 20 minutes away from the next hour, and in which case we don't have to worry about the clock striking a new hour during this battle. I would have wanted to have avoided these Digimon. You know, I want to avoid all unnecessary encounters, but very often I'm not successful with avoiding Digimon who I aim to avoid. That's the battle one. Only one of them chose to participate in the battle, and in a way the battle probably would have been easier if both of them had participated, because of the likely event of them inflicting serious harm upon one another. The fact that I was only up against one opponent meant that it was all riding on me to do all the damage. In the first room, of Mount Infinity, where there were the 3 Vermillimons, I think that they are meant to be unavoidable. I think that you're meant to have to battle them, that you saw me avoid them, and that's another skip that I learned from watching speed runs for this game. But despite the fact that I was successful with avoiding them, I haven't been successful with avoiding every Digimon, because in the room that Devimon was previously in, I ended up running into a battle with one of the Vermillimons there, which is not what I wanted to happen. Okay, it's a new hour, and now it's time for a new battle and a new recruitment. I'm starting to wonder if battling when your Digimon is sick also makes you more prone to fall victim to status harm. The reason why I say that is because in this challenge I feel like I've been subject to status harm more times than what I normally am when I play this game. If I sort of compare this challenge to some of my other challenges, I feel like status harm has been more common in this challenge than pretty much all of the other challenges that I've done. I don't know if it's got something to do with sickness or something to do with something else, or if it's just a coincidence and there's nothing in it at all, or if I'm simply mistaken. I'm really not sure, but it is looking plausible that there could be a correlation between sickness and status harm. Stopped his finish, and I'm not sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing, because the finish could have made things worse for us if it had hit us, but it could have made things better for us if it had hit him instead. things about to get better or worse? Better. Digitalmamon got hit by his own finish, now he's going to get hit by my finish, and now that's the end of him. I would say that was one of the more time-consuming battles. I mean, Digitalmamon has 10,000 HP, and each of my Spitfires were typically doing about 50 damage. And I was helped by the damage that I did from my finishes, plus the damage that he did to himself with one of his finishes, and that did speed the battle up a bit. And I'm pleased to say that we are now done with Mount Infinity. All of the Digimon linked to Mount Infinity have now been recruited. Regarding the number of prosperity points that we've got, we are the majority of the way there regarding completing the game, you know, reaching 100 prosperity points. But there is still a lot of work to be done. There are still, you know, quite a lot of Digimon to recruit, quite a lot of battles to get into, and it's not going to be possible to do the whole of this challenge in one lifespan. I am going to need a second lifespan. So, in a way we are kind of close, but then in a way we are kind of not. If you're wondering what I'm doing here, I'm going to the back dimension. While not recording, I did check the destination of the back dimension, and it's here at the Grey Lord's mansion. So I knew that the back dimension would be here. And that's why I've come here. I came here for the back dimension. And seeing as we haven't been to Grey Lord's mansion yet, and therefore haven't recruited Skull Greymon yet, we will need to defeat the Machine Dramon at this back dimension in order to make Grey Lord's mansion available, so that we will be able to recruit Skull Greymon. Trying to get the Tekkamon out of the way, and I get into an unlimited battle. Surprise, surprise. as I was saying, the fact that the back dimension is here at the Grey Lord's mansion means that we will have to defeat the Machindramon here at the back dimension in order to make Grey Lord's mansion available, because we haven't recruited I'm worried about this Rockmon and another unwanted battle. I do at least get rid of the Tankmon, but I don't really want to be having this battle. But yes, to make Grey Lord's mansion available, we are going to have to defeat Machindramon here, because we haven't recruited Skull Greymon, we are not done with Grey Lord's mansion, we haven't even started with Grey Lord's mansion. If the back dimension had been at the Ice Sanctuary or the Ogre Fortress, then I think that would have been less of a problem, but unfortunately for us, the back dimension is here at Grey Lord's mansion. It's just I've recruited Angemon from the Ice Sanctuary and collected all of the items that are there. I've defeated Olgamon at the Ogre Fortress and have recruited Olgamon and recruited Xiaomon and spoke to Nanimon at the Ogre Fortress and collected all of the items at the Ogre Fortress. So I am fully done with the Ice Sanctuary and the Ogre Fortress, I believe. So if the back dimension had been at one of those locations, then it would have spared us the need of defeating Machindramon. But since it's here at the Grey Lord's mansion, we do have to defeat Machindramon. And we entered a new hour during a battle, which is not a good thing. That has put the death counter down by an hour. But I really wasn't expecting to get into the battle with the Rockmon. That's two unwanted battles that I've gotten into here at the back dimension. Tekamon and Rockmon. Oh, and by the way, we're not going to be battling Machindramon here and now. Initially, I went to the back dimension just for the items that are there. And although I do need to defeat the Machindramon, I'm not going to be doing it just yet. There are some other things that I would like to do first. I collected all of the items from the back dimension, the 6 item chips, which account for 1 of each item chips, plus the ray gun. And now I've come to Beetle Land, which might puzzle a few people, but it will make sense soon. I'm here to train speed. Get my speed up to 500. Annoyingly, Miramon needs the toilet, and I don't think I have a portable potty on me, and there's no toilet at Beetleland, and I really don't want to have to autopilot back to the city just to use the toilet, and then come back to Beetleland again. I just trained speed, got it up to 500, and now something significant is about to happen. I'm about to speak to this Carbuterimon, and he has taught us the technique bug. Because if your stats are good enough, when you speak to the Carbuterimon, depending on how good your stats are, it's possible for him to teach you the technique bug. Our stats were good enough, and he ended up teaching us bug, which at the moment might seem useless, because Miramon is not a Digimon who is capable of using bug, but I am aware of that, and I have accounted for that. And I do have a plan that will put me into a position where I am able to use bug. Obviously not with Miramon, but with a different Digimon. And with this Digimon, I will be able to use bug. And I will have an easier job with defeating Machinedramon at the back dimension with this Digimon with bug. Oh, sorry, I meant to be praising my Digimon, not scolding him. Okay. Happiness is at the maximum, discipline is not, but by giving an ice mushroom to my Digimon, which I've got in my inventory, I will be able to put my discipline into the maximum. Well, I can't grumble too much at my stats. I mean, considering the challenge that I'm going by, the restrictions that are in place, I can't, you know, I can't be too dissatisfied with my stats. And I'm possibly going to surprise a few people by coming to the gym and training. Miramon wants to eat, so I'm giving him the ice mushroom. I think that's happiness and discipline, both at the maximum. And now I am continuing to train, and I'm letting him sleep. And now we move on to our next Digimon. Miramon was probably going to die from sickness on the next hour, but I did some training with him and let him sleep, which put me in that position that I just mentioned, where he was probably going to die from sickness on the next hour. But now, by using the ray gun, I have been able to digivolve to Vadermon, which has taken my sickness away. So now I give Vadermon a mouldy meat to make Vadermon sick, and the death counter is back at the beginning, and Vadermon is a Digimon who can use Bug. So just to explain what I was doing, I went to I went to the back dimension initially to get all of the item chips and the ray gun. I then left the back dimension. I gave the item chips to Miramon, trying to get my stats good enough in order for me to be able to learn Bug from Carpulterimon. The only stat that was lacking was speed, and it was lacking by a very small amount. So I trained speed. I then managed to learn Bug from Carpulterimon, and then by using the ray gun I digivolved from Miramon to Vadermon, and I now have Bug equipped as my technique. With Vadermon I was able to recruit Frigimon, as you just saw. I will be aiming to defeat Machinedramon at the back dimension with Vadermon, and I will also be aiming to recruit Skullgreymon with Vadermon. And before any of that, I plan to defeat Garulamon for the second time, thus recruiting him. That was simple enough. And what was particularly wise about letting Miramon sleep was the fact that he woke up during the time range in which Garulamon would be available for battle, and then that created the opportunity for me to battle Garulamon pretty much straight away with Vadermon. And regarding the back dimension and Greylord's mansion, I would think it's straightforward enough. Go to the back dimension, defeat Machinedramon with Vadermon, thus making Greylord's mansion available, and then go to Greylord's mansion with Vadermon, do what needs to be done, and recruit Skullgreymon. Because not only is Vadermon a Digimon who is able to tolerate cold weather, which meant being able to recruit Frigimon, Vadermon is also a virus Digimon which means being able to enter Greylord's mansion. And conveniently for us, we were able to get hold of Vaidamon's Digivolution item easily enough by going to the back dimension and helping ourselves to it. And we were able to learn Bug from the Carboterimon in Beetleland, which happens to be a technique that Vaidamon can use, which also happens to be one of the best techniques in the game. The power shows as 500, which is one of the strongest techniques in the game. It has a high rate of causing flattening, which will come in handy. And it also has multiple projectiles, which means that it's possible to damage a Digimon more than once with just one use of the bug attack. The only thing that I will need to keep an eye on is my MP, because my MP is now going to go down much faster. Bug's MP, the MP consumption for Bug is 354, I think. But because we're sick, it's going to cost an extra 50%. 50% of 354. What is that? I think half of 350 is 175. So I think 177 would be half of 354. So 354 plus 177, that's how much MP it's going to cost us for each bug attack that we use. Every time we use bug, that's how much MP it's going to cost. I don't know the exact number, but I think we're talking over 500. I think we're talking 500 and something. There's 354, add 180. Is that 534? Take away the 3. Is that 531? Looks like it. Because I just checked how much my MP went down by. I think 531 is how much MP it's going to cost for us to use Bug. So currently doing the damage at the moment's okay, but he's going to do full power, isn't he? The damage at the moment is about 400, but he hasn't done full power yet, and when he does, that's going to reduce the amount of damage that we are going to be doing by using Bug. This battle will probably get tougher. There's full power. Now it's down to less than 300. Now it's under 200. His defense is now at the maximum, so it can't get worse. But this is now all the damage that we are going to be doing with Bug, which really is not great. At least it's flattening him a lot though, And we've got a finish. Hopefully this will do reasonable damage. Okay, not really. This might do it. Yes. Okay, so Grey Lord's Mansion will now be available to us. And I have a feeling that we might be making a few trips to Grey Lord's Mansion and the surrounding areas in a short period of time. We went to the Overdale Cemetery and then the back dimension to loot all of the items at the back dimension, then left, then returned to the Overdale Cemetery and went to the back dimension and defeated Machine Dramon. And that means that we need to go to the Overdale Cemetery again to go to Grey Lord's Mansion and see to the first part of Skull Greymon's recruit. Then return to the city and go to Shalmon's notice board and view the article regarding Myotismon. Then back to the Overdale Cemetery, into Greylord's mansion, and then we can see to recruiting Skull Greymon. I'm not entirely sure where we're up to with recruitments, but Vegemon is yet to be recruited and can't be recruited at the moment. Moldramon hasn't yet been recruited, and we are probably going to be recruiting Vegemon first before recruiting Moldramon. There's Monochromon as well, who also hasn't been recruited. There's Skull Greymon, who we are currently focusing on. Then of course there's also Toy Town, which we won't be able to do in this lifespan because we would need to be able to Digivolve to Numamon and then Digivolve to Muncymon, or simply Digivolve to Muncymon, but that cannot be done in this lifespan. I would have to fade away and move on to a new lifespan, where I would have to start with a baby Digimon and Digivolve all the way through to Numamon, and then Digivolve to Muncymon, and then I would be able to see to Toy Town. I would be able to recruit Muncymon, as well as encounter Nannymon at Toy Town, which would be the final time of encountering Nannymon, and in which case, you know, we would recruit Nannymon as well as Muncymon. And might I say what a I'm struggling for words. What I'm trying to say is that the next lifespan could prove to be quite difficult, because we are going to have to hatch from an egg. We are going to have to, you know, a baby Digimon is going to hatch from an egg. We are going to have to immediately make the baby Digimon sick. The baby Digimon is then going to Digivolve to an in-training Digimon, which will cure the sickness. So we will then need to immediately make the in-training Digimon sick. We would then have to Digivolve from the in-training Digimon to a rookie Digimon, and in a way where the death counter doesn't fall to 0, when we Digivolve to the rookie Digimon, the sickness will get cured again, so we'll have to immediately use another moldy meat to make the rookie Digimon sick. Then we would have to Digivolve to Numamon, and again, while not allowing the death counter to reach 0, Then we would have to take Numamon to Toy Town, Digivolve to Muncymon. That will cure our sickness. We would then have to make Muncymon sick straight away with a mouldy meat, and then see to the remainder of the game. And once again, without the death counter reaching 0. So you can imagine our next lifespan is going to be interesting. And before that, we need to be focused on this lifespan, where we need to see to everything that can be seen to in this lifespan. I want to make the best possible preparation for our next lifespan, and I want to achieve this by doing as much as we can physically do in this lifespan. Do as much as we can physically do in this lifespan as a preparation for the next lifespan, the best possible preparation for the next lifespan. You know, getting us, ready for the next lifespan, as ready as we can possibly be. Because if every Digimon is recruitable in this challenge, then we want to end this lifespan with 96 prosperity points, so that we can go into the next lifespan with just Muncymon and Nannymon remaining, and they will account for the 4 remaining prosperity points, 3 for Muncymon, 1 for Nannymon, and then that would bring us up from 96 prosperity points to 100 prosperity points. Our infantry has gotten pretty full, but I think we do have space for the sirloin out here, because by using the refrigerator key, we then lost the refrigerator key from our infantry, which created space for the sirloin, and instead of simply collecting 1 sirloin, I decided to collect 2 sirloins, because the sirloin is a missable item. If you collect 1 sirloin and give it to Myotismon, then you will never be able to collect another one of those sirloins, as far as I'm aware. But if you collect the sirloin from the Overdale Cemetery, leave the Overdale Cemetery and re-enter the Overdale Cemetery without giving the sirloin to Myotismon, then the sirloin will respawn, and you can end up collecting as many as you want, but the moment you give a sirloin to Myotismon, they will stop spawning. The sirloins will stop spawning, so by collecting by collecting 2 sirloins, we can give 1 to Myotismon, put the other into the item bank, and then we can have the satisfaction of knowing that we've got an item on us, which I don't think we are meant to be able to have. an item which I think is meant to be missable, an item that if you don't get when you have the chance to, then I don't think you will get another opportunity to collect the item. Our inventory is looking pretty full, so I want to put some stuff into the item bank. I want to sell some stuff at the item shop. And I want to keep some stuff in my inventory. That will clear up some inventory space, and then we can return to Greylord's mansion. There's article number 6, the article regarding Myotismon, and if we return to Greylord's mansion, then Myotismon will be missing, and that will trigger the next bit of the Greylord's mansion, which will lead to us having the ability to recruit Skull Greymon. And I guess I didn't feel the need to go to the item shop when I was in the city. I was obviously satisfied with the current state of my inventory, and this is where I return to Greylord's mansion, intent on seeing to the rest of it. Yeah, that article about Myotismon, obviously you need to have Shalmon recruited in order to be able to see the article, and you also need a certain number of prosperity points in order for the article to feature. And if you read the article, but I think you have to also see to the first part of Greylord's mansion as well in order for the article to show up. Yeah, if you read the article, then come back here, Myotismon will be missing. If you then go to the place where you encountered Myotismon for the very first time, then you will acknowledge that Myotismon isn't there either. And if you then attempt to leave Greylord's mansion, attempt to walk out of Greylord's mansion, intend to use the exit, then Devimon will show up and there will be a scene with Devimon. And then after the scene with Devimon, you will be able to use a door that you previously couldn't use, which takes you to a different part of the Greylord's mansion, where you then battle Tekamon and then Skull Greymon, and then rescue Myotismon, and then that will result in Skull Greymon joining the city. Okay, so we've gone there and acknowledged that Myotismon isn't there either. So now we just need to head to, well, attempt to walk out of Greylord's mansion. And just a reminder, there is one bit of text that I have to go through slowly when speaking to Devimon in order to prevent my game from freezing, and I'm pleased to say that this is the last time in this challenge in which I am going to have this problem. There it is. I had the problem there with Devimon, I had the problem with Devimon in Mount Infinity, I had the problem with Leomon in Gear Savannah, I had the problem with Meteormon in the Dino region, and those are the only scenarios where I encounter such a problem. Oh shit, my HP. I forgot that in Greylord's mansion I fell down 2 separate trapdoors which cost me HP, and my HP probably wasn't at the maximum in the first place. And so when I entered that battle I had barely any HP. But it's okay, I managed to recover in time. It proved to be a massive scare, but I survived. And that is Tekamon defeated. And we learned full power. Do I care about that? Do I care about full power? Do I need full power? I wasn't intending on learning full power, it was a fluke. I knew the Tekamon would drop a super defense disc, and there was a possibility of me learning full power and a possibility of me learning Devolve Program instead. I learned full power, but it wasn't intentional. It was just something happened by fluke. It's not a problem that it did happen. And now we battle Skull Greymon and are close to recruiting Skull Greymon. Something tells me he broke a few bones in that fight. Okay. It should be simple. We return to this area and we can now reach Myotismon. Something that we previously couldn't have done because there was a barrier in the way, but after defeating Skullgreymon, the barrier is no more. Myotismon says that he'll join us at the arena, and I think Skullgreymon joins the city or joins the arena, and it counts as a recruitment. Yeah, I think you get 3 prosperity points for Skullgreymon, and don't get any prosperity points for Myotismon. I think that's how it is. So, prosperity points, where are we up to? We need an animation. Now we carry on speaking. 90. Okay. Monochromon would make it 92. Vegemon would make it 94. Moldramon would make it 96. Muncymon would make it 99. Nanimon would make it 100. Vegemon yeah, there's now a 7th article about Myotismon, not that it matters. Vegemon, Moldramon and Monochromon could be recruited in this lifespan, or could be recruited in the next lifespan. But seeing as we've got time on our hands, we might as well try to recruit those Digimon in this lifespan, or at least as many of them as possible. And even though Vegemon could be recruited in this lifespan or the next lifespan, the one thing that is crucial is that we get the rain plant on day 15. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to recruit Vegemon until the following year, day 15 of the following year. And just imagine having to, you know, go through a whole year while under the restrictions that we are going by in this challenge. The restrictions of having to be sick. Right, so here we are in the Monochromon shop minigame, and each shift lasts 8 hours, and in this challenge that is a problem because each shift will mean putting us 8 hours closer to dying from sickness, and our first shift was unsuccessful, which doesn't help matters. We are still alive, but we are now, the death counter is now 8 hours closer to being at 0, we are 8 hours closer to dying from sickness, so I've used a medicine to cure sickness. I've now used a mouldy meat to get sickness back. Now the counter is at 12 hours again, and now we can afford to do another shift without fading away. Well, without losing a life, you know, dying from sickness. Because if I had just done another shift without treating the sickness and starting new sickness, then that would have been 2 shifts, 2 lot of 8 hours, that's 16 hours. We would have died from sickness after the second shift. We would have lost a life from sickness after the second shift. So I did what I did to restart the counter, and we should now have 12 hours, and after this shift we should still have 4 hours remaining, because each shift is 8 hours, so 12 hours minus 8 hours is 4 hours. And I've collected quite a lot of medicines throughout this challenge, and I've sold most of them, and it wasn't until recently, when I was thinking about the Monochromon shop minigame, as well as other things, it occurred to me that medicine could actually have more value than I had given it credit for, and maybe I should have held on to the medicines. I mean, I know that I could go to the Centaur Clinic to get sickness treated, but that can only be done in the Centaur Clinic. You know, it would require me to be in the city, it would require me to be in the clinic, it would require me to be in the right place at the right time. But medicine, you can use it whenever and wherever you want, which obviously has a big advantage over being restricted to one specific place and needing to be at that specific place at an appropriate time in order to be able to get the sickness treated when it's necessary to or compulsory to, and then use a mouldy meat to inflict new sickness upon your Digimon straight afterwards. Okay, this is going fantastically well so far. We're not even halfway, and we already have quite a bit over 2,000. The necessary, well, the amount of profit that you need in order for Monochromon to join the city is somewhere between 3,000 and 3,100. So as long as you get 3,100 or more, then it's a guarantee that Monochromon will join the city. So you can see that already we're not a huge distance away, 2,620. we're less than 500 away. Okay, we're now halfway. Yeah, halfway with the customers. Now with the money, we're about 450 away. Selling a medicine at 1200 will get us the money that we need. And I've possibly shot myself in the foot, because instead of trying to sell the medicine for 1200, which would have been enough in order for us to have succeeded, I was trying to sell it for 1500 because I was having my mind on trying to get a profit that's quite a bit higher than what's necessary, you know, trying to go the extra mile, but instead it resulted in me not making a sell. Okay, I'm about 200 away. A medicine at regular price will do it. A portable potty at maximum price, yes, I'm there. I was about to say a portable potty at maximum price, I think will do it, and I am now there. For a moment I was, thinking about, trying to get the biggest possible profit, try and go, beyond just getting the necessary amount. Which is why with the Goborimon, I was trying to sell the medicine for more than what was necessary. But it backfired, and then I started to get a bit nervous. But we are there now. And now I'm just charging the regular price for the rest of the shift. I'm just happy to be done with Monochromon's recruitment. All 4 of the item shop Digimon have now joined the city. All 4 of the item shop Digimon are now working at the item shop, and we have 92 prosperity points. And obviously Muncymon and Nannymon can't be done in this lifespan, but I'm hoping that we will live long enough in order to be able to see to Vegemon and Moldramon in this lifespan. That would require me to live to at least day 15, which would mean that my Digimon's age, that when it comes to my Digimon's age, I would have to live until at least 14. I have been a bad tamer a lot of the time, which will affect lifespan. At this rate, I don't know if I will be able to live long enough. I do have a chain melon in my inventory, which will prolong my Digimon's lifespan by a day, I've got the option of doing that should it be needed, and if I was to do that, then hopefully it would make a good enough difference in order, for me to, live to the age that I would need to live to. With all the money that we've got, I'm not entirely sure why I didn't purchase portable potties at an earlier stage. You probably saw that I purchased 2 high-speed discs, and you might be puzzled as to why I did that, and there is a reason for it. I would like to have more medicines in my inventory, and so I purchased 2 high-speed discs from the item shop, which I plan to trade with one of the Moldramons in Friesland in exchange for 2 medicines. I think I've already got 1 medicine in my inventory, and that would bring my total medicines up to 3, which I'm hoping will be enough. If it occurs to me that I might need more, then I can always buy more high-speed discs and trade them for more medicines. This to me seemed like the easiest way of getting hold of medicines. Normally you would be able to purchase medicine from the Centarumon at the Centaru Clinic, but that wouldn't be possible in this challenge, because if you were to approach him, then he would immediately treat your Digimon's sickness, and if you were to then buy medicine from him, then that would mean making progress while your Digimon isn't sick, doing something while your Digimon isn't sick, and that's against the rules of the challenge. And if you were to make yourself sick again after Centarumon treats your sickness, and make another attempt to purchase medicine from Centarumon, then the moment you speak to him, he would just treat your sickness again. So getting medicine from Moldramon seemed like the best way to go about it. And it's also occurred to me that I need more mouldy meats, so I've come to this vending machine to purchase more mouldy meats, and that's what I've done, because the mouldy meats that I got from the Amida Forest I don't think are going to stretch far enough, so I purchased more from the vending machine at the in the Dino region. Now I've come here, and the objective is simply for me to pass time. I want to make it up to day 15, which is the day in which the rain plant will become available. I want to just pass the time until then, so I've come to the speedy part of the Dino region, where I'm going to stand still and wait for time to go by and produce an animation whenever the clock is about to strike a new hour. And I've now speeded the video up so you can see it's just more of the same. Me waiting for the clock to go around, and then producing an animation when the clock is about to strike a new hour. That time I fed a food item to Vadermon because his appetite had come into play. Apart from that, the animations so far have just come from offering hair growers. Okay, now he needs the toilet. So I get an animation by giving him a portable potty. Time goes around again. Vadermon wants to eat. Now Vadermon wants to sleep, and in the interest of wanting to pass time by as quickly as possible, I am going to let him sleep, which could be seen as a terrible idea regarding the sickness and the death counter, but fear not, I'm going to use a medicine to cure the sickness. Now I'm going to give a mouldy meat to Vadermon. And now the counter is back at 12 hours. And now we go back to doing more of the same. I want to pass as much time as possible. I want to pass time by as quickly as possible. I am hunting for day 15. And it occurred to me that this seemed like the best way to go about it. You know, instead of passing time by training and resting, where the sickness would have become a huge problem, I decided to come here where time goes by twice as quickly, and I'm able to produce an animation every time the clock is about to strike a new hour. I can let Vadermon sleep in the interest of making time go by even more quickly, and to protect us from the complications of sickness and the death counter. All I have to do is cure Vadermon's sickness after he wakes up, and then make him sick again. Getting medicines from Moldramon was the method that I used. The only other method that I can think of would have been from battling and defeating Digimon who possibly drop medicines as an item. I know that the Platinum... I think that the Platinum Sukamons in Factorial Town drop medicines, so fighting them could have been an option. But buying high-speed discs and trading them for medicine, that just struck me as the easiest opportunity. It's now day 13. It's late day 13. We've just reached 5 PM, 7 hours until midnight, Now 6 hours until midnight. Once we reach midnight, it will then just be 24 hours until day 15. So we're currently talking a day plus a few hours. I think a day plus 3 hours is now what it is. 26 hours left. $25 hours left. Now it's just 24 hours. It is the beginning of day 14. It's only a few hours until Vadermon sleeps, and I think that will take us forward to 4 PM, just 8 hours away from day 15. He does want to sleep. He wants the toilet as well. If I had chosen not to let Vadermon sleep and to just stand here and wait for each and every hour to go by and produce the animation every time the hour goes by, then I think that would have spared me from needing to treat sickness, as well as needing to then get sick again afterwards. But time would have gone by. But it would have taken longer, because when you think about how many hours Vadermon sleeps for, you know, I would have been standing around for those hours, so it just seemed like the quickest thing to do, to let Vadermon sleep and to, you know, use medicines and mouldy meats to stop the sickness from taking a life from me, and also to ensure that we are forever sick. And we have reached day 15. It is midnight, day 15. We produced the animation by using an autopilot to take us back to the city. We were able to use the toilet in the city and feed Vadermon as well, because his appetite had come into play. We've helped ourselves to the rain plant, and now if we go to the tropical jungle, we can use the rain plant to produce Vegemon and have him join the city. And then by purchasing a super carrot from Vegemon it will be possible to do the last remaining trades with the Moldramons, which would then mean recruiting Moldramon, and that would bring us up to 96 prosperity points, and then there would be nothing more that we can do in this lifespan, and it would be a case of waiting until we fade away, waiting for us to fade away so that we can move on to the next lifespan and see to Muncymon and Nannymon, and it will require digivolving from a rookie Digimon to Numamon. It will require going to Toy Town with Numamon and digivolving to Muncymon, speaking to the robot Digimon so that he'll unlock the door that leads towards Muncymon, and then Muncymon will be available for us to battle. But of course, every single Digimon that I have in my next lifespan is going to have to be subject to sickness. The baby Digimon, the entraining Digimon, the rookie Digimon, Numamon, Muncymon, you know, from the very start, of having each of those Digimon, they will need to be made sick, and when they digivolve and the sickness becomes history, I then need to immediately make the new Digimon sick. You know, the Digimon that I would have digivolved to, you know, the new Digimon, I'd have to immediately make that Digimon sick. My inventory is in a bit of a mess at the moment. It's not how I would like it to be. It's not how I would normally have it. Well, maybe in a bit I might be a bit happier about it, because some of those items that are in my inventory need to be traded with Moldramons, and that would mean that those items would no longer be in my inventory, and I would get different items in return, which I can either keep in my inventory or put into the item bank or sell at the item shop, depending on what I think is the best option, the best thing to do. And even with the items that are already in my inventory, I might not keep all of them in my inventory. I might choose to sell some of them or put some of them into the item bank. Just try to make the decision that I think would be best. We'll come to this Moldramon first so that we can trade our Super Carrot for an Omni Floppy. That's that done. And then if we go to the Moldramon who wants an Omni Floppy, we can trade the Omni Floppy with him in exchange for one of the Super Discs. Super Attack Disc. And then the final trade is to be made with this Moldramon, Black Trout for a restore. He's the Moldramon who I wanted to be the Moldramon to join the city, hence why I delayed trading the Black Trout with him until now. Right, I want Vadermon to fade away, and I can pass quite a few hours by training or resting, or both, until there would be an imminent risk of the sickness counter reaching 0. So I'm okay to train for a bit, and I'm hoping that I will fade away. And that we will fade away before the sickness counter falls to 0. Okay, something's happening. And judging by the delay, I would say that we are fading away. Because if we were losing a life, then I think that it would have shown up pretty promptly, but it didn't. And now we are at a point where it's indisputable that we are fading away. Out of laziness, I just picked the egg that the cursor started on. You know, press X instead of having to press in a direction and then press X. Yeah, I picked the green egg just out of pure laziness and time. And Bottomon is sick, but seeing as baby Digimon digivolve after 6 hours have gone by, there is no risk of Bottomon dying from sickness. He will digivolve before it's been long enough. So we can just happily pass the time by training. After, once 6 hours have elapsed, he will digivolve. So we're not going to have Bottomon as our Digimon long enough in order for him to be able to lose a life from the sickness. But the sickness is not going to be a problem. I think I'd rather spend 6 hours training rather than 5 hours training and 1 hour sleeping. Okay, this will be hour number 6, so we'll now digivolve. There you are. So obviously we are going to be digivolving to Koromon. The sickness will become history, and we will have to put that right straight away. Mouldy meat. Koromon is now sick. And with Koromon, it's not so straightforward. The reason why I say that is because it takes 24 hours for a in-training Digimon to digivolve to a rookie Digimon, which means that if we were to do nothing but train and rest and sleep the whole time, then Koromon would end up losing a life from sickness before digivolving to a rookie. We are able to pass some time by training. But we do need to know our limits. I think that's 6 hours of training, which I think now puts us halfway to death from sickness. I think we have yeah, I think it would be 6 more hours until we would die from sickness. But you have to remember that that would be 6 hours of training, 6 hours of resting, 6 hours of sleeping, or just 6 hours of the clock striking a new hour, without an animation being produced when the clock does strike a new hour. Digimon? I was hoping for Digimon. It is Digimon. I'm thinking ahead. I'm thinking about when I'm going to have Muncymon as my Digimon. And I'm thinking about my stats. I'm thinking about trying to improve my stats. So I'm thinking about having some devil chips on me so that I can make Muncymon tougher, thus making the Muncymon battle easier. Okay, now we're going back to the Dino region, and what we are going to be doing now is going to be similar to what we were doing with Vadermon. Not identical though, because with Vadermon, the moment he wanted to sleep, I let him sleep. This time around, when my Digimon wants to sleep, I will let them sleep, but I don't want them to sleep until the very last hour. So I want to initially keep them awake against their will, and then let them sleep when the hour is the hour before the hour that they are due to wake up on. You'll notice that I have no medicine, and the reason for that is because I am hoping to go about this in a way where I won't need to cure sickness, because I'm planning on not letting my Digimon sleep until the last hour, which means that they will only sleep for 1 hour, which should mean putting them only one step closer to dying from sickness. And not only that, but it will speed up their Digivolution. I'm letting Koromon sleep. It's 2 AM. I think it was 1 AM when I put him to sleep, meaning that he only slept for 1 hour. I'm not offering a hair grower to my Digimon, because I have a feeling that if you offer a Digivolution item to a baby Digimon or an in-training Digimon, then they might eat the item, they might take the item, but it would have no effect, and that would be a waste of the item. So instead, if I haven't got anything to offer, like food or portable potty, then I'm simply offering a small recovery. It's really not the end of the world if the Digimon takes the small recovery. You know, small recoveries are very cheap and very basic. And I was saying that by letting your Digimon, well, by not letting your Digimon sleep until the last hour, you speed up your Digimon's Digivolution. Because for every... there's an evolution counter, and Digimon have to be... Digimon have to like reach the evolution counter in order for it to be possible for them to digivolve. Baby to in training is just 6 hours. In training to rookie is 24 hours. Rookie to champion is 3 days if you digivolve to a natural champion, or 4 days if you digivolve to Numamon. And for every hour that goes by when your Digimon is active, that will count as 1 hour. 1 hour towards the evolution counter. But when you let your Digimon sleep, it's less straightforward. The Digimon that I'm digivolving to is Agumon, and I will need to make him sick. When you let your Digimon sleep, the number of hours that the Digimon sleeps for isn't necessarily consistent. Sorry, the number of hours that the counter will go up by when your Digimon sleeps isn't necessarily consistent with how many hours your Digimon actually sleeps for. With baby Digimon, when they sleep, the counter will only go up by 1 hour, and conveniently baby Digimon can only sleep for 1 hour. But when it comes to in-training Digimon, when they sleep, the counter will go up by 3 hours, and that's regardless of how long they actually sleep for. And if you were to keep an in-training Digimon awake until 1 hour before the Digimon is due to wake up at, then those hours that you spent awake while your Digimon wanted to sleep, they will count towards the evolution counter, and then when you let your Digimon sleep, when you let your in-training Digimon sleep, even though you would have only slept for even though you only would have slept for 1 hour, it still would have counted as 3 hours, putting you 2 hours closer to Digivolving, making the evolution counter 2 hours fuller than it should be. As for rookie Digimon, when they sleep, I believe that the counter goes up by 9 hours, which means that if we, and again that's regardless of how long they actually sleep for, so if we can keep Agumon awake until the final hour in which he is due to sleep, then all of those hours that were spent awake when he wanted to sleep, those hours would all have contributed towards the evolution counter, and then when sleeping, even though you only would have slept for an hour, it would actually count as 9 hours, making the evolution counter 8 hours fuller than it is meant to be. So for each 24-hour period, you would be speeding up your Digivolution by 8 hours. I just want to Digivolve as soon as possible. I want my Digimon to be as young as possible when it Digivolves. And the other good thing about only sleeping for 1 hour is that when it comes to the sickness counter, it will only put us 1 hour closer to dying from sickness, and I would imagine that we would Digivolve long before there would be any risk of the sickness counter falling to 0 and us then losing a life from sickness. I am thinking about Digivolutions. I want Agumon to Digivolve to Numamon, which means that I want to fail to fulfill enough of the requirements in order for Agumon to Digivolve to any of his natural Digimon. And I went a few times without feeding him. Firstly, because I wanted the care mistakes, and secondly, because I wanted his weight to go down. I want Agumon's weight to be comfortably under 15. That way, he won't fulfill the weight requirement for any of his natural Digivolutions, because there's quite a few different Digimon that Agumon can Digivolve to, and the weight ranges vary, and the lowest range range is 15, the lowest weight range is 15 to 25, meaning that in the lowest that your weight can be, in order for you to be successful with fulfilling the weight requirement for at least one Digimon, your weight would have to be at a minimum of 15, but if your weight is below 15, at the moment it's 7, so it's well under. If Ogumon's weight is under 15, then he won't fulfill the weight requirement for any of his natural Digivolutions, and the fact that we had a high number of care mistakes means that we are going to only fulfill the care mistake requirement for Miramon and Birdramon, and we are going to fail to fulfill the care mistake requirement for any of the other Digimon. And so the fact that we wouldn't have the care mistake requirement or the weight requirement for those Digimon will completely rule out any risk of us digivolving to those Digimon. The only remaining risk would be Miramon and Birdramon, because we would have the care mistake requirement for them, but we wouldn't have the weight requirement for them, and that means that in order to be able to digivolve to them, we would need both the stat requirement and the bonus condition, and we do not have the bonus condition. The bonus condition for Miramon was for you to either have either for you to have gotten into a certain number of battles, or for you to have mastered a certain number of techniques, and we will not be successful with either of that. As for Birdramon, I believe the bonus condition was either to have Biomon as your Digimon, or to have a certain number of techniques mastered. Therefore, we can also rule out the bonus condition for Birdramon. So even though we've got the care mistakes for Birdramon and Miramon, and even if we were to have the stats as well, it's irrelevant because we don't have the weight or the bonus condition. We don't have the stat requirement for Birdramon because that is 100 speed. We do have the stat requirement for Miramon, 100 attack, but that's okay because that only totals to 2 of the requirements, not 3. So, yeah, we are aiming to digivolve to Numamon. We are here with Ogumon. We are passing the time as quickly as possible. We are speeding up the Digivolutions as much as possible. And we are doing what needs to be done in order for Numamon to be the only Digimon that Ogumon will possibly be able to digivolve to. And I've continued to offer small recoveries instead of the hair grower, because if I was to offer the hair grower to Ogumon, then he would end up digivolving to Moljamon. He would take the item, he would digivolve to Moljamon, and that would completely shoot us in the foot. I've also been, you know, keeping sickness at bay as well. Yeah, minimising the threat that sickness has to make. I imagine it can't be too much longer. We've been here for a while. We've been through a few days. We've been doing the sleeping trick to speed up the Digivolution. We are in a place where time goes by twice as quickly. It has to be 4 days starting from when we digivolved to Agumon, but it's going to be less than that because every time we've slept we've ended up getting 8. Oh, okay, we're digivolving. I was about to say every time that we've slept we've ended up getting like 8 free hours. You know, every 24 hours has essentially been 32 hours, which, you know, has helped with speeding up the Digivolution. And Numamon is our Digimon. The rules on sickness apply to Numamon as well. He is now sick. And now we can leave the Dino region. And the place that we need is Toy Town. That is where we can digivolve to Muncymon. Birdramon won't be able to take us to the Misty Trees because we haven't yet spoken to Cherrymon, but Birdramon can take us to Friesland, which isn't far away. And then we can travel to the Misty Trees on foot, speak to Cherrymon, be presented with access to Toy Town. Then we can digivolve to Muncymon, speak to the robot Digimon, and then Waru Muncymon will be available. I'm guessing that our stats at the moment are very, very poor. But we will get a stat boost when we digivolve to Muncymon. I'm thinking HP and MP will probably be put up to being 2000 and something, and then attack, defense, speed and brains I think will be put up to being 200 and something. I've got a load of devil chips on me. The majority of them are devil chips to work on attack and brains, but we do also have devil chips to work on defense and speed, as well as HP and MP. And every devil chip that you give to your Digimon does shorten your Digimon's lifespan by a day, which is something to be cautious of. but we do have a chain melon, which will prolong our Digimon's lifespan by a day, which would mean that we can effectively get one devil chip for free. Since we've digivolved to an ultimate, our lifespan, or life expectancy, or whatever you want to call it, would have gone up by 4 days. We are currently just 4, and whatever age we would have faded away at when we had Numamon as our Digimon, you can add 4 days to that now that we've digivolved to Muncymon, because I believe it's recognised as a natural digivolution. You know, we got the stat gain from the digivolution, and also the life gain as well. When you digivolve to an ultimate, you get given an extra 4 days. Your Digimon will live for 4 days longer, providing you are a good tamer, or at least a good enough tamer. I have come to the Great Canyon because I'm hoping to encounter Gotsumons, because they use Megaton Punch and Buster Dive, and at the moment I think the only technique that I've got available to me is Sonic Jab. I would like a better alternative, so learning Megaton Punch would be very nice. Learning Buster Dive would be very nice. And I'm getting an animation out of giving a Devil Chip to Muncymon, and I am continuing to give Devil Chips to him. I think we had 6 of these Devil Chips, plus 2 of each other type of Devil Chip. That's 10 Devil Chips, which would shorten your Digimon's lifespan by 10 days. And so instead of being 4, we would effectively be 14. But the chain melon can change it so that we would essentially be 13. Even with the substantial lifespan that we would have lost from those Devil Chips, I think we should still have several days of life left inside of us, especially if we were to give Muncymon the chain melon. Megaton Punch has been used, but I'm waiting for Buster Dive to get used as well. Give myself the opportunity of learning either of those techniques from one battle, instead of the opportunity of learning just one of them from a battle. There it is. So the battle has been won. And Megaton Punch has been learned. And it took just one try. Well, we had Dynamite Kick as well, but Dynamite Kick is useless. I don't rate Dynamite Kick. And I've decided to call that the end of me trying to learn techniques. I know I could have loitered and pursued Buster Dive as well, but I think that Megaton Punch will be good enough for me. Megaton Punch is the second strongest battle technique. I've made my attack very high. I don't think I'll have too much trouble defeating Worumutsimon, not with the stats that I've got, the items that I've got, and obviously Megaton Punch being my technique. Yeah, I think I've got this. We still have a protective floppy in our infantry, and it would make the most sense to use that against Worumutsimon. Protect ourselves from any possible status harm. It's the last battle that I plan on getting into, the last battle that we need to get into. I'm aware that I might accidentally get into unwanted battles when trying to travel through Toy Town, such as the Toy Agumons, the Tankmons, the Clear Agumons. I don't want to use the protective floppy against them. I want to reserve the protective floppy for Worumutsimon, help ourselves out that little bit extra. With the attack that we've got and Megaton Punch, plus the commands that we've got, and the fact that I'm probably going to be getting finishes as well, I don't anticipate too much trouble against Worumutsimon. I think the biggest obstacle is going to be getting to Worumutsimon without getting into unwanted battles. I want to avoid the Tankmon, but I'm also mindful of the time. We're getting near the next hour. Okay. This is an animation to take us to the next hour, hopefully avoid the tank mons. Okay, we were successful with that. We also fed Muncymon when he wanted to eat. It was a chain melon we gave him, which has increased his lifespan. And oh, I don't want to get into a battle. If I run, then it will send me back to the previous area, and I'd have to avoid the tank mons again. Well, I know the door on the left is the correct one, so I think I should just try and see this through. The chain melon, it boosted my happiness, extended my lifespan, and also reduced tiredness. And I managed to get a very handy animation out of it because of the fact that the clock was striking a new hour, and the animation enabled me to avoid the tank mon. Okay, well, here we go against Waru Muncymon. There he is. There is a risk of him doing pretty serious damage against us. With Muscle Charge he can put his attack up to the maximum, and with Thunderbolt he could do some very serious damage. We could be talking in excess of 1500. And that's over 1200, and that's without the Muscle Charge. Protective Floppy's been used, so Thunderbolt's not going to paralyze us, at least. I don't really want Waru Muncymon to get defeated in a position where I wouldn't be able to obtain his HP chip should he drop one. But he didn't drop one. But when he was sort of like in between the boxes, if he did drop a HP chip, if I'd like defeated him there and then that would have been where the HP chip would have been dropped, then I don't think I would have been able to have collected it. So I picked distance so that Worumutsimon came away from the boxes. Then I defeated him in a position where I would have been able to have collected a HP chip had he dropped one, but it just so happens that he didn't drop one. So having made it up to Worumutsimon and defeating him, I am now doing things the cowardly way of not returning to the robot Digimon on foot and then going back to the toy mansion on foot in pursuit of Nanimon. Instead, I used an autopilot to make an immediate return to the city where I could save, and now I'm going to have Birdramon fly me to the misty trees where I can now go to where the robot Digimon are, present them with Hagurumon, and then from there head to where Worumutsimon was and speak to Nanimon, recruit him and collect the accessory that he will drop. I just wanted to save the progress that has been made so far, and that's why I went straight from Worumutsimon to the city where I could save, and then came here from the city instead of going straight from Worumutsimon to here and then back to Worumutsimon, or rather the room that Worumutsimon was in. Where Nanimon will now be. Hopefully we can proceed without getting into any unwanted battles. My biggest concern is with the Tankmon. If I do get into a battle, then the clock is going to strike a new hour, and that's going to be bad. I'm using time to recover. Now wait. Okay, now we're going to try the same sort of thingy as before. Is it going to work? Looks good. One advantage is that the doors no longer contain booby traps, so you now can use the doors in confidence, knowing that the door will work. Here is Nanimon. There's the item. And although there wasn't a pop-up saying Nanimon joins the city, Nanimon has joined the city, and Digimon will be able to confirm this. If I speak to Angemon, then he will say that all of the Digimon have returned. If I speak to Digimon, then he will tell me that we have 100 prosperity points. and that is challenge complete. So I would like to thank everybody for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope that I will see you in something else again soon. This is the end. Thank you once again.